The 2025 college football playoff is about to be revealed, with the bowl games to follow as well throughout the afternoon. And I'll update those once I know them. But Steelers, Ravens, enough said. So kickoff between the AFC North division leaders, both at 6-6, coming up next, a little over a half hour or so away, on CBS, but we're less than 10 minutes or so away from finding out the college football playoff field for the second ever 12-team college football playoff, as obviously it was always either you're crowned a national champion, it was 1 versus 2, obviously the 4-team playoff for a decade, but last year the 12-team playoff made its mark, entering the second year now here for the 2025 campaign, as the conference championship games were this weekend. We'll update some final scores from the games on Friday and Saturday, respectively, before they reveal who's in and who's not, as it's basically Selection Sunday for college football. As you know, that is come mid-March for college basketball for March Madness. But on Friday night, James Madison won the Sun Belt, defeating Troy 31-14. Kennesaw State won Conference USA over Jacksonville State 19-15. And then Boise on the blue turf beat UNLV for the second time this year to win the Mountain West 38-21, your final score there. And then the American Athletic Conference Championship game between North Texas and Tulane, in which both their head coaches are moving on after this season to Oklahoma State and Florida, respectively. The Tulane Green Wave beat the Mean Green of North Texas to win the AAC, not the ACC. We'll get to that game in a minute, but 34-21, your final score on Friday night. Yesterday in college football, in the Motor City, the MAC championship up for grabs. Western Michigan beat Miami, Ohio by 10, 23-13. Texas Tech routed BYU for the second time this season to win their first ever Big 12 championship, 34-7 over the Cougar Mormons. Georgia got revenge on Alabama after the early season loss to the Tide, as the Bulldogs won the SEC once again under Kirby Smart, 28-7, your final score. And then in the ACC championship game, in which that went to overtime late last night, the Duke Blue Devils beat the Wahoos from Charlottesville, University of Virginia, 27-20 in OT. But then the Hoosiers, the Indiana Hoosiers, with a 13-10 win over the OHIO, Ohio State Buckeyes, to defeat Ohio State for the first time since 1988, but then win the Big Ten title for the first time since 1967, but their first outright Big Ten championship since 1945, as today is Pearl Harbor. The United States got involved in World War II on this very date in 1941, and then we're back-to-back World War champions, Indiana winning their first outright Big Ten championship since the end of World War II in 1945 with a 13-10 win over Ohio State. So they're starting to reveal the college football playoff bracket with the 12-team field, as Ohio State is they were number 1, but they lost last night, as just mentioned, to the second-ranked Indiana Hoosiers. But now Indiana's also now number 1 in the country for the first time ever in program history. So Indiana is the number 1 overall seed in the 2025 college football playoff. Ohio State is 2, so they just flip-flopped. Um, Obviously, that game came down to the wire. There was a couple missed kicks, but they're both still getting first-round byes. So Indiana's 1, Ohio State is 2. The SEC champion Georgia Bulldogs are 3, and then I'd have to assume Texas Tech is going to be 4. We'll see here in a minute. Yeah, the Red Raiders from West Texas and Lubbock. They are your 4 seeds. So Indiana, Ohio State, Georgia, Texas Tech, 1, 2, 3, 4. They will all get first-round byes. They will not have to play until late December, early January in the quarterfinals. But then remember last year, all 4 teams that had first-round byes ended up losing. So obviously that was then, this is now. We'll see what happens. Now we're going to get into, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, and who's hosting and who's playing who, and then obviously the bracket will just unfold. They're not going to reseed it as the, games go on. It's however it's lined up. That's how you'll move on if you survive in advance and continue to win. That's who you're going to be matched up then against. So the Oregon Ducks, who won the Big Ten last year, they finished 11-1. This year, only loss was to the Big Ten champion Indiana Hoosiers at home. They are your 5 seed. They'll host whoever the 12 seed is. Last year's 12-5 was Penn State defeating SMU. We'll see who 6 is here in a minute. But then who's in and who's out? Who's going to be that 11 seed? Who's going to be that 12 seed? Whether it's a conference champion, whether it's an at-large. They switched it up a little bit this year compared to last year. It's not your 5 highest ranked conference champions. It's going to be your 4, and then it just depends on how the rankings are. So Ole Miss is 6. Obviously, they've been in the news a lot lately. Lane Kiffin leaving for LSU, as he's the new head coach for the Tigers in Baton Rouge. They have promoted longtime SEC defense coordinator Pete Golding to be their new head coach. So they're going to host whoever 11 is. We'll see who that is. But Ole Miss, their only loss was to Georgia. If Ole Miss wins whoever they play, they'll end up playing Georgia then again. As Georgia avenged their only loss to Alabama, winning the SEC championship yesterday and defeating the Tide. Texas A&M is 7, so they'll also host. And then we'll see who 8 is here, obviously, and then 8 will host 9. As I think that's going to be our first matchup we'll officially know, because they'll just keep going in order. Yeah, because 12's going to play at 5, 11's going to play at 6, 10's going to play at 7, and 9's going to play at the 8th-seeded Boomer Sooner Oklahoma Sooners. So your first-round college football playoff sites are Eugene, Oregon, Oxford, Mississippi, College Station, Texas, and now Norman, Oklahoma. So, like I said, I think they'll do 9 next. We'll see who's playing at Oklahoma here. And then also at A&M, Ole Miss, and Oregon before they'll advance then, to play. And we'll go down in order how the bracket is, because like I said, it'll just continue moving, on. it's a one-game season, for the next month. And, well, a little over a month, but national championship will be on Monday night, January the 19th in South Beach, Miami, Florida. But Indiana 1, Ohio State 2, Georgia's 3, and Texas Tech is 4. Alabama, the Tide will roll into the college football playoff for the first time under head coach Kalen DeBoer, who took over for Nick Saban. There was some conversation on whether Alabama was going to be in or not after losing the SEC championship game yesterday, along with now having 3 losses. Alabama will play at Oklahoma. And guess what? Under Kalen DeBoer, Alabama has not been able to beat Oklahoma. They lost in Norman a year ago. That's sort of what kept them out of the college football playoff last year. And then they lost to the Sooners also this year. But at home, because remember, they lost to Florida State week 1, lost to Oklahoma, and then they just lost yesterday. That's why Alabama's 10-3. But Alabama's in at 9, and they'll go to Oklahoma in the first round. So an SEC game in the first round of the college football playoff. Who's 10 and who's playing at Texas A&M now? As we await the graphic. I have this on mute. I have NFL Today on mute on CBS, awaiting Steelers-Ravens. Miami will get in at 10. They will play at Texas A&M. So Notre Dame potentially still could get in, but at this rate, I highly doubt it, and rightfully so, because head-to-head matters. Week 1, Labor Day weekend, it was a Sunday night game. Miami beat Notre Dame at home. I don't care if Notre Dame is, not in a conference, even though they should be. They started 0-2, won 10 straight. I don't give a shit if they were in the national championship game last year. That was last year. This is this year. And Miami has the head-to-head. They're both 10-2. And the Canes, the U, is in the college football playoff. I'm not saying they're back by any means, but Miami also, with Alabama last year, they were, 2 that didn't get in, among a few others. And now this year, they're both in, but we're still waiting to see who 11 and 12 are. Remember, Tulane won the American. James Madison won the Sun Belt. I doubt Kennesaw or Boise State's going to get in. I mean, does BYU get in, even though they lost to Texas Tech? Once again, I mean, Duke won the ACC at 8-5. I mean, Virginia would be in if they didn't lose, but that opens up the door for Tulane and James Madison potentially, if not Notre Dame. We'll see here. Yeah, so who's 11 playing at Ole Miss? And if Notre Dame doesn't get in, there's going to be a lot of talk that, they need to join a conference. Well, that talk's always been around. They never have, and they probably never will, because it's about that money and they get to keep it all for themselves. So who's 11 and who's 12? And then who's the first team out and the second team out, which they'll just go, play in a bowl game. Tulane is 11. They won the American. John Summerall is going to be leaving the Green Wave for the University of Florida to take over the Gators in the Swamp after this season. But Tulane is 11, and they will play at Ole Miss without Lane Kiffin. without Lane Kiffin. He's already left for LSU, will not be coaching the Rebels in the playoffs. So that could potentially be a game to keep an eye on for a potential, if you want to say, upset. But then who's 12, and then we'll get into the first round matchups, and then the winner to advance to play, the first 4 teams that have first round byes in the quarterfinals. James Madison is in at 12. So Notre Dame out. They did not get in. BYU is also out. They also did not get in, among, a few others, but the Dukes of James Madison, because of the Duke Blue Devils defeating Virginia last night in the ACC Championship game in overtime, JMU is in the college football playoff for the first time ever. So you have 10 Power 4 teams and then 2 non-Power 4 at-larges, basically. So Indiana's 1, Ohio State's 2, Georgia's 3, and Texas Tech is 4. Oregon is 5. They will host the 12th seeded James Madison Dukes. JMU at Oregon. Winner to play Texas Tech. 6-seeded Ole Miss will host Tulane. Winner to play Georgia in the quarterfinals. Texas A&M's going to host Miami, as the Canes will try to go on a run to get back home for the national championship game. Doubt it'll happen, but you never know. That's why they play the game inside on paper, side on the field. But you have Miami at A&M, winner to play Ohio State. And then Alabama is at Oklahoma in the 8-9 game, and the winner to play the top-seeded Indiana Hoosiers. So once again, Indiana's 1, Ohio State 2, Georgia 3, Texas Tech 4. Oregon 5, Ole Miss 6, Texas A&M 7, and Oklahoma 8. Alabama gets in at 9. Miami's in at 10 because of the head-to-head win against Notre Dame. And then Tulane's 11, James Madison 12, Notre Dame, BYU, first 2 teams out. So Indiana will play the winner of Oklahoma, Alabama. Ohio State will play the winner of Texas A&M, Miami. Georgia will play the winner of Ole Miss, Tulane. And then Texas Tech will play the winner of Oregon, James Madison. And then it's survive and advance. It's a 1-game season now. We'll see what happens. But that's why they play the games. 8 side on paper, side on the field. And overall, it does seem like, yeah, they got it right with the 12. Obviously, the 2 make it 14. Everybody's going to clamor, well, they need to go to 16 teams now. They need to go to 20, maybe, 24. And then just have whoever's in the top 25 basically in the playoff then at the end of the year. So they didn't punish Alabama for playing in the conference championship game. And that's the other thing a lot of people were saying, well, if they were going to keep them out, then the conference championship games are going to go away because nobody's going to want to play in them. Because then if you lose, you might not get in the playoff. That is true. We can all laugh at Notre Dame just because, um, I mean, that's just the thing with everybody hates Notre Dame. All the Catholics think they're better than everybody else. But, yeah, Notre Dame's out. So from the national championship game appearance a year ago to the first team out, this year they're not in the 12-team field. BYU also out. I mean, shit, they won, 11, 12 games? Yeah, they finished 11-2, and their only two losses were to Texas A&M, or Texas Tech, excuse me. So then Texas and Vandy also don't get in. They're, below both Notre Dame and BYU, because those were the other ones that were, maybe if something chaotic was going to happen this weekend. But no, that's the 12-team playoff, and we're about 20 minutes or so away from kickoff here. NFL Week 14 with the Steelers and Ravens both at 6-6. We're going to get into pregame here in a minute, but once again, that is the college football playoff this season. Second year of the 12-team format. I mean, yeah, it'd probably be nice to go to, 16, maybe 24 teams in the future. And they probably will. It's just a matter of when. It took them a decade, though, to go from 4 to 12. So we'll see what the future holds. But, yeah, Indiana's 1, Ohio State's 2, Georgia's 3, and Texas Tech is 4. We'll all have first-round byes, and we'll host, technically be the designated home team in the quarterfinals. They have not announced bowl sites for the New Year's Six for the quarterfinals, so the semifinals just yet. I'll that when I find out. But then the national championship game is on, once again, Monday night, January the 19th in South Beach, Miami, Florida. So college football has, a little over a month left this season. But with the Army-Navy game next Saturday, Heisman Trophy ceremony as well, the college football playoff officially will kick off not this weekend, but next weekend, a week from Friday. There will be a game Friday night, and then there will be games all day Saturday. One Friday night, and then one at lunchtime Saturday, one in the middle of the afternoon, and then one next Saturday night. Those are your first round games. Kick time still to be determined. They'll announce those a little bit later on today. But we know who's in and we know who's out. So Notre Dame did not get in, BYU did not get in, as Texas and Vandy did not either. But then they'll both, all four of them, still be playing in damn good bowl games. Opponents still to be determined. That's why I said the bowl games will be announced officially, because obviously there's been stuff that's leaked over the past 24 hours or so. But bowl games will officially be announced, throughout the day, and we'll get to see those matchups. And like I said, I'll relay those whenever I find out about them. But yeah, the college football playoff has been revealed. Let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comments below. But yeah, Indiana's 1, Ohio State 2, Georgia 3, Texas Tech 4. They'll get first round byes and be playing winners from the first round in the quarterfinals. And then you'll have the final 4 in the semis, and then the final 2 in the national championship game. But then there's, remember, always only ever one team, regardless of sport, left standing at season's end. So run through this one final time before we get into the game preview with the Steelers and Ravens. It's 1:45, so 15, 20 minutes away from kickoff. But yeah, Indiana 1, Ohio State 2, Georgia 3, Texas Tech 4. Oregon at 5 will host James Madison. winner to play Texas Tech. Ole Miss is 6. They will host Tulane. Winner to play Georgia. Texas A&M is 7. They will host the Miami Hurricanes. Winner to play Ohio State. And then Oklahoma is your 8 seed. Alabama is your 9 seed. Like I said a little bit ago, Alabama has not been able to beat the Sooners under Kalen DeBoer from last year to this year. Now the Tide have to go back to Norman, so that could be a game to keep an eye on as well. Like I said, with Tulane at Ole Miss and Alabama at Oklahoma, but Alabama at Oklahoma, and then the winner to play the number 1 overall seed, the 13-0 Big Ten Conference champion, Indiana Hoosiers. So that's your college football playoff. Like I said, we'll find out bowl games throughout the rest of the day. When I have info, I'll let you know. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. These are, in fact, my little add-in for college football, from the recap to the games this weekend to this college football playoff being revealed, but officially my NFL Pittsburgh Steeler at Baltimore Raven live play-to-play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. Audio only, hence the black screen, but as always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That'll be Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit that red subscribe button, notification button, so you'll stay up to date. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag college football playoff, but hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, hashtag here we go. As both Pittsburgh and Baltimore are atop the AFC North in a tie with each other, as they're both 6-6 with 5 games left this regular season, and they got to play each other twice. So we'll see what happens today, and then also from now until week 18, and then one of the final games of the regular season before the playoffs will begin in a little over a month's time. But chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks, always great appreciated, as well as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. First off, with Rogue Energy, be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors and countertop form shakers and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code Luke123, that's Luke123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, the can resale shop that focuses on staying in the environment, cheap and fashionable way, as most times are $20 or less, and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, and Poshmark at, yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. That's HopeKThrifts. HopeKThrifts, so be sure to use the message seller code CHEAPTHRIFTS, CHAAPTHRIFTS, CHEAPTHRIFTS for 10% off. Link also in the description below. And then Dead and Hungry, a novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell. You can find it on Amazon just in time for the holidays. And once you go check that out over on Amazon, if that doesn't interest you, you might as well be what the title says. Normally, I would say also be sure to scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already, but audio only, hence once again the black screen. You instead can click the first top link in the description below. Might actually just be easier to do that regardless, but yeah, be sure to click the first top link in the description below if you haven't done so already, and then hit hype if available on your YouTube screen. So yeah, Steelers Ravens, enough said. Kickoff between the AFC North division leaders, as once again they're both 6-6, and both probably going to have to win the division to make the playoffs because, and we'll talk about it in a minute, but the wild card race is shaping up and it's extremely tight right now. But kickoff coming up next here on CBS. We'll have Jim Nance, Tony Romo, and Tracy Wolfson once again on the call. But the Steelers need to play a full 60 today and quit blowing halftime leads. If they take care of business, the rest will sort itself out. They're 6-6 with 5 games left. And it starts with at the Baltimore Ravens today and ends with the Baltimore Ravens at home week 18. They're probably going to have to win the division, though, to make the playoffs, as just mentioned. The wild card race right now is extremely tight. And the black and gold currently do not have any tiebreakers because of losing respective games versus wild card teams to this point in the season. And if you don't take care of business, you might and probably will be, as a current are, on the outside looking in because of, just how some of these games have gone. And Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, they already beat Cleveland, will be in the Rock and Roll City taking on the Browns in between Christmas and New Year's, but they have yet to play the Ravens until today. So 6-6 with 5 games left, and 2 of them are against the Ravens. I like my chances. I like their chances, but we'll see. Obviously, that's once again why they play the game inside on paper, side on the field. But just we'll see if they're going to need help down the stretch or not. But that's why I said if they take care of business, the rest will sort itself out. You're not going to have to worry about that, though, then at that rate. But we'll see what happens. A lot of people have been calling for Mike Tomlin's job once again. I guess it's just that time of year. But as I've said in the past, they're not going to fire him. If they do, I'd be shocked. Obviously, you can say in, response to that is, well, they could just part ways, which is, a possibility potentially. But the AFC North is still there for the taking, okay? Even though Tomlin does share the frustration of the fire Tomlin chance, and then, hell, they even booed Renegade last week, for the first time ever. So, as they'll take us from the NFL Today to their preview of Pittsburgh at Baltimore. Yeah, hello, friends. Jim Nance, Tony Romo on the call. Let Aaron Rodgers do his thing, okay? He's 3-0 against the Ravens. Celebrated his 42nd birthday this past Tuesday. But they need to help him out. They need to run the damn ball. Obviously, stop the run on defense with both Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. And then, DK Metcalf on paper did get some help at wide receiver now to go along with Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson. Wilson actually inactive today. We'll get into a few other injuries in a minute, but the Steelers elevated wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling from the practice squad to the active roster as he played with A-Rod in Green Bay, also Mahomes in Kansas City. But then the Steelers also claimed wide receiver Adam Thielen off of waivers from the Minnesota Vikings this past week. So he's also active and will play today as well. But then it's also get the tight ends of football from Freiermuth, Darnell Washington, and Jonnu Smith, Connor Hayward at times. But, they've been running this jumbo package most of the season. It starts up front. You got to be able to block, protect, block to run the football. Let Rodgers do his thing, but can't turn the football over either. We'll get more on turnovers in a minute as well. But from MVS to Adam Thielen, we'll see how much of a factor, they play in today's game. Only time's going to tell. Defensively, Speaking of injuries, Derek Harmon will be out once again with a knee injury. And then Kyle Duggar is also out with a hand injury, as he's been playing exceptionally well after they traded for him with the New England Patriots. But then the Steelers and Darius Slay mutually agreed to part ways, as he's now a free agent. He's actually claimed by the Buffalo Bills, but then he did not report, so his future is still unknown at this point in time. But as Baltimore is a 6-point favorite, over under at 43, depending on where you look, the Steelers they got to find a way to win, okay? But turnovers, as they have 22 total turnovers this season, second most in the NFL. Turnovers have been a factor in every game. When they're getting turnovers and scoring off of them, the Pittsburgh Steelers are winning football games. When they're turning the ball over, they're losing. That's just flat out, plain and simple, end of story. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just the way the season has gone. I get, they've had trouble stopping the run and covering wide receivers as well at times. And the defense is, making it look easy for the opponent. But turnovers have been a major factor, and that's why they're 6-6. So no turnovers today, okay? And we know how Steelers-Ravens games go. They're going to be, very physical. These two teams hate each other. The cities hate each other. But the Steelers do lead the all-time series versus the Baltimore Ravens, 36-27. But then once again, this rivalry goes back to when the Ravens were the Cleveland Browns before they moved to Baltimore to replace the Colts after they took the Mayflower in the middle of the night to Indy. So, bad blood. They absolutely hate each other. But probably, going to be close. Hard fought, win for whoever does come out on top. But the Steelers got to stop the run and no turnovers. But then capitalize off turnovers defensively. But the Steelers average 19.96 points per game versus the Ravens all time. So you can round that up to 20. And the Ravens average 19.5 points per game versus the Steelers all time. So you can also round that up to 20. Where Baltimore this season, the Ravens are averaging 24 points per game in 2025. The Steelers, 23 points per game this season. So probably going to be your, close, typical Steeler game with, a down-to-the-wire finish, needing a defensive stop in order to win it. But only time's going to tell. We'll see. But thanks once again for tuning in and listening as kickoff approaches. And then we'll have a recap, a preview, and some stats and scores along the way, as always. And then, we just talked about the college football playoff being revealed, and I'll have more info on respective bowl games as they get announced throughout the day. So, cue the CBS music for the NFL on CBS as Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh are right there with the Bears and Packers, with Curly Lambeau and Vince Lombardi for most appearances. I meant George Halas, but head coaches facing off against each other. But yeah. Okay, now we got some kick times. Oregon will host James Madison on Saturday night. Oh, hold on. Friday night will be Alabama, Oklahoma. Miami, Texas A&M will be at noon that Saturday. Tulane, Ole Miss Saturday afternoon, and then James in Oregon. James Madison, Oregon will be the Saturday night game. And then they continue to reveal the rest of the top 25, so Tulane was 20. They're the highest ranked non-power 5, power 4 if you will now. And then James Madison, with also winning their conference, they finished 24th. And then North Texas, who lost to Tulane, was 25. So Ray Lewis is leading the Ravens out. I thought he retired. He did after they won the Super Bowl over the 49ers, but they're honoring the Super Bowl 35 team today in Baltimore as they'll host the Pittsburgh Steelers. Kickoff right now with Chris Boswell on to kick it deep. So Baltimore will receive. Pittsburgh gets the ball back to begin the second half. And we'll see here what happens. Got the Seahawks and Falcons, Titans, Browns, along with the Bengals, Bills, Redskins, Vikings, Dolphins, Jets, Saints, Bucks, Colts, Jags, all on right now, also at 1 o'clock. But we're underway. Steelers kick off, and the Ravens return it to about the 27-yard line, 6 seconds in. So Lamar Jackson and the Raven offense with Derrick Henry in the backfield, got 1st and 10 from there. But 1st and 10, Baltimore. Come on, defense, let's go. Stop the run. Get after him, sack his ass. Motion man is Isaiah Likely. Lamar Jackson likely will throw his way, and he does. And about an 8-yard reception near side. So they give him 7. So 2nd and 3 for the Ravens on the opening play. They'll be marching left to right across your television screen right now. Dial. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. So we just found out about the, once again, college football playoff. We know who's in, who's not. We just saw some kick times for the first round. I'll let you know bowl sites for the quarterfinals shortly, along with the semis down in the Final Four, but then the rest of the bowl games as the day progresses. So Baltimore on 2nd and 3 runs Derrick Henry for a 1st down. Cam Hayward on the tackle. And now we have an injured Pittsburgh Steeler defender down on the field. I do not see a number, so I don't know who it is, but 2 plays and a 1st down for Baltimore, and they have another 1st down. So, and they'll take a break, and we'll get back to it. But yeah, college football playoffs been revealed. NFL Week 14 underway as Patriots, Giants, 49ers, and Panthers are all on bye weeks this week. But the Lions have already beat the Cowboys this Week 14 on Thursday Night Football by your final score of 44-30. But yeah, got officially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games on here at 1 o'clock. And then a few 4 o'clock games followed by Sunday, Monday Night Football. And we'll get into some stats and scores and a recap and preview a little bit later on. So stay tuned. But commercial break with the injury timeout, and we'll get back to it. But come on, defense, let's go. So Indiana will be in the Rose Bowl, Ohio State will be in the Cotton Bowl, Georgia will be in the Sugar Bowl, and Texas Tech will be in the Orange Bowl. The Cotton Bowl is New Year's Eve night, and then the Orange Bowl is at noon on New Year's, Rose Bowl, and then Sugar Bowl to follow. James Madison at Oregon, winner to play Texas Tech in the Orange Bowl. Alabama, Oklahoma, winner to play Indiana in the Rose Bowl. Back from break, 1st and 10, Ravens. Try to get an update on who that was injured for the Steelers. But then Tulane and Ole Miss, winner playing Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. So their fans really aren't going to have to travel, that far. Keanu Benton was the one hurt. Okay. He's limping on the sideline. Hopefully he can get back in there. 1st and 10, Baltimore from the 41. Derrick Henry gets it again for another 6-7 yards up the middle. But then, Miami and Texas A&M, winner to play Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl. So, Miami going to have to go on the road to get back to Miami for the national championship game. But then if Texas A&M beats them, and that's sort of a home game against Ohio State then, Tulane's at Ole Miss without Lane Kiffin. Whoever wins that's probably going to end up losing to Georgia, but I think Tulane's going to have a good chance to compete and potentially beat Ole Miss. We'll see how much of a factor, Lane Kiffin really was for the Rebs, but now he's at LSU. Obviously, Alabama hasn't been able to beat Oklahoma under Kalen DeBoer. Winner to play Indiana in the Rose Bowl. Hoosiers, arguably one of the best, if not the best team in the country. Odd-wise, I don't know who the books are favoring right now to win the national championship, but, I wouldn't want to play Indiana, I wouldn't want to play Georgia, and I wouldn't want to play Texas Tech. We'll see how Ohio State responds after, losing night for the first time since they lost to Michigan a year ago in the game, and then they, haven't lost since, won 16 in a row. Went 12-0 this year in that 4-year run to win the national championship at the end of last year. So, Baltimore goes deep. Zay Flowers with the catch and the late whistle. They're going to review that to make sure, as well, Pittsburgh's going to challenge. Pittsburgh's going to challenge that catch. Pittsburgh is challenging the previous play for a completed pass and catch from Lamar Jackson to Zay Flowers. And then it's control and possession. He's going down out of bounds. Thing is, they called it a catch on the field. They have to find any bit of evidence to return it. We'll see here, but the former Raven Chuck Clark was on the coverage. And we'll take a break and get back to it. But where was I talking about college football playoff? Alabama hasn't been able to beat Oklahoma. Winner to play Indiana in the Rose Bowl. And then you have Oregon hosting James Madison, winner to play Texas Tech. So if I'd have to fill out a bracket just right now, real quick, off of finding this out within the past half hour, is Oregon beats James Madison to play Texas Tech. That'll be a damn good game. They played in Lubbock a couple years ago. I think Tech won, to be honest with you, if I'm not mistaken. And then Alabama, Oklahoma. Whoever wins is going to lose Indiana anyway, so I think you can pencil Indiana for the Final Four. Signetti's done a damn good job. Unbelievable job, Bloomington. From IUP, right down the road from here in Happy Valley to Elon to James Madison. I mean, the only way James Madison would play Indiana would be in the Final Four if they beat Oregon and then they beat Texas Tech and Indiana, defeats either Alabama or Oklahoma, because then that would be the matchup. Possible, but I doubt it. No, but Oregon beats JMU. Oregon, Texas Tech would be a coin flip. I'm going to go with Oklahoma because Alabama hasn't been able to beat the Sooners. But then they're going to be out for revenge because of how they played yesterday, and everybody thought they shouldn't be in, and then they got in anyway. So we'll see about that one. That game's going to be interesting. Like I said, I think whoever wins Alabama, Georgia, or Alabama, Oklahoma, though, is still going to lose Indiana anyway. And then Georgia will play in the Sugar Bowl against either Tulane or Ole Miss. Yeah, Georgia's going to beat whoever they play then. And then Miami, Texas A&M. That, will be a good game. Like I said, if A&M wins, though, that's going to be a home game for them in the Cotton Bowl against Ohio State. So then they could, potentially go on a run themselves, like Ohio State did last year after losing in the final week of the regular season. We'll see. I think Indiana and Georgia, though, are locks for the Final Four. Steelers didn't win the challenge, by the way, so we're back to it. It was 1st and 10 Baltimore, deep into Steeler territory, and then they run it, and now officially have a 2nd and 10 because TJ Watt tackled him right at the line of scrimmage. I was waiting to see if they gave him a yard or not, but they did not. 2nd and 10 from the 24. They're in field goal range. Obviously, they don't have Justin Tucker anymore. He's rubbing on something. But 3rd down coming up. 3rd and 4 officially. But then it's, Oregon, Texas Tech, and then A&M, Ohio State for those other 2 spots. And then, those matchups change potentially depending on who wins. And then, your Final Four for your semis. And then, it's just survive and advance. It's a 1-game season. It's win or go home. And then there's only going to be one team left standing anyway. So we'll see what happens. 3rd and 4, Baltimore. Jackson in the end zone, incomplete. 10 for Zay Flowers with Brandon Eccles on the coverage, as he had an interception a week ago. They couldn't capitalize off that, though. But a pass break up there, incomplete. 4th and 4 coming up for the Ravens, and they will attempt a field goal. Looking to take an early 3-0 lead a couple minutes in here. So, Steelers lose the challenge. They'll have 1 left. And then you have, 2 timeouts left the first half here. But 11:02 to play in the first quarter. Here's Tyler Loop. 36 yards from the left hash. See if he can loop it left or maybe right. No, it's good. So 3-0 Ravens. They lead the also 6-6 Pittsburgh Steelers. 3-zip, 10:58 to play in this first quarter, and we'll see the Steeler offense out in the field for the first time when we come back. So, speaking of 3-0, Aaron Rodgers 3-0 against the Baltimore Ravens all time. Obviously, he's only played them 3 times because of, how the NFL schedule was, and you only play a team, once every 4 years, and then once every 8 years on the road. 3-0 against Baltimore has been in the league for 20-plus years. They haven't played a lot, but he has never lost to Baltimore either, so keep that in mind as this game progresses. But the Steelers have to help him out up front with the run game. He's going to get the ball out to DK. Obviously, Roman Wilson inactive today. Still have Calvin Austin. See if he does anything. Probably not. Who knows, though. But then they elevated Marquez Valdez-Scantling off the practice squad and then claimed Adam Thielen off the waivers from the Vikings. They're both playing today as well. So we'll see how these wide receivers play today. Obviously, keep getting the tight ends the ball. Fryermuth, Darnell Washington, Johnny Smith, Connor Hayward at times. Run that jumbo package, run that screen game. Just move the ball and, get first downs and go score points. At least go kick a field goal here and tie this game up. But it's early, football to be played. We'll see what happens. The Peach and the Fiesta Bowls and the New Year's Six, those are your semifinal sites on January the 8th and 9th, respectively, as well for the college football playoff and the national championship game to follow. So let me know in the comments below what you think of the college football playoff. They got it right. They didn't get it right. Who's going to win these games? So on and so forth. But yeah, college football will have Army, Navy, and the Heisman next Saturday. Bowl games to begin as well. And then the college football playoff a week from Friday night. And then 3 games that Saturday before Christmas. And then New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. And then a week later for the Final Four. And then a week and a half after that for the national championship game. And that's the 2025-2026 college football season. Flew by in a flash. But back from break, 3-0 Ravens. Steelers ball following this kickoff. See if they can snap another 2-game skid. Because remember, last time the Steelers lost 2 in a row, they beat the Colts a month ago. And that game was filled with turnovers. And they were able to capitalize and score off of them. But both these teams are 6-6. Division still up for grabs. You got to take care of business. Starts to sort itself out. Steelers on the kickoff return up past the 20. 25. Kenneth Gainwell to the 35-yard line. That's where they'll set up shot 1st and 10. So here comes Rodgers as the Steelers in their road whites. Obviously black helmet, yellow pant. But you can tell he still has his left wrist heavily taped up from the fracture he suffered against the Bengals a couple weeks ago. Missed the Bear game, returned last week, played the first half, but then was out for a couple plays. Rudolph came back in, and then Rodgers finished the game, but it was over as they couldn't stop the run. And the Bills won 26-7. Buffalo's actually hosting Cincinnati in the snow right now. Rodgers, 1st and 10, they go deep. DK Metcalf down the far sideline, and they hit the home run. One play, and they're deep into Raven territory with a 1st and 10. So there's a big spark for you. You got to capitalize off of it. You got to score points. I'm still kicking it if it comes down to it, just to tie this game up at 3. But you got to also quit settling for 3 all the goddamn time and score touchdowns. So they hit a go route to the 10-yard line. 1st and goal officially. And now it's Baltimore challenging that like Pittsburgh did. Oh, it's not 1st and goal, it's 1st and 10. All right, well, now you got a couple extra plays to score a touchdown rather than 4 on goal to go. Yeah, pump that play clock, reset it. They will run the ball now, punch this in, take an early lead, especially on the road. If you have a running game with a lead, you're going to keep running the ball. You're going to work clock in the second half. Rodgers pass again, complete. DK Metcalf to the 6. It'll be 2nd and 3, Pittsburgh from there. So 2 plays and 2 catches by DK Metcalf. So they're getting him involved early and often. Get these tight ends going as well. Obviously, some of the other wideouts. But run the ball. Run the football. 2nd and 3. Rodgers up under center. Darnell Washington in motion. Now Spencer Anderson in motion. They'll toss Jalen Warren. He'll bulldoze forward, but it'll be 3rd and about a yard. 3rd and along the 1 coming up. So 3rd and 1. Get the first down, get 1st and goal at the 3. You don't need to technically score on this play. They'll run a fade, and it's complete and incomplete, dropped in the end zone. DK Metcalf. You go for this, you kick it. I'd kick it, take your points. Tied up at 3. No, they're going to go for it, it looks like. Just get a first down. You don't need a fucking touchdown. You just need to get a 1st and goal. And they'll sneak it with the tight end, Connor Hayward, as Rodgers just stays back and then says 1st down. So now they got 1st and goal. Now you definitely got to punch it in and score a damn touchdown. Let's go. Run it again. Metcalf and Gainwell were able to push Hayward for a 1st down. Now 1st and goal from the 2 out of the gun. Gainwell to his left. And they'll fake the toss, roll out. Rodgers back of the end zone. It's high, incomplete. Intended for DK, and no holding, no pass interference. They'll say it's uncatchable, incomplete, 2nd goal. Run the goddamn fucking football. Jesus fucking Christ. DK was still able to go up and grab that. But by the time he would have caught it, if he caught it, but he didn't, he would have been out of bounds anyway. It would have been incomplete. So 2nd and goal now from the 2. And they'll hand off Gainwell, and he'll get a yard. So now they got 3rd and goal from the 1. Jesus Christ. You get one big play, and then you have to go for it on 4th and a yard to get goal to go. And then now you can't even move a couple inches. Punch it in. And if they already went for it on 4th and a yard from inside the 5, they're definitely going to go for it on 4th goal if it comes down to it. But this is 3rd and goal coming up. 3rd and goal from the 2. Out of the eye, Darnell Washington in motion. They'll fake the run. Jonnu Smith got caught up. Rodgers going to keep it for himself. He walks in. Touchdown Steelers. Let's go. A naked bootleg. He wanted Jonnu Smith, but he got tripped up. He's going to throw a lob back of the end zone right in front of the goalpost. Rodgers saw it wasn't there. Nobody else is open because everybody else is blocking. They might have had something in the flat potentially, but then he's like, no, I'm going to take off and run near side, and he walks in, touchdown. So here's the extra point. The Wizard of Boz no more. Chris Boswell is now a serial killer with 7:13 to play in the 1st, as Rodgers just scored his 1st rushing touchdown in a little over 4 years. Extra point from the snap to the hold to the kick is good. Steelers lead the Baltimore Ravens 7-3. Update some stats for you. But now the defense, you got to get stops. As Tomlin's doing the discount double check celebration on the sideline. Here we go. Because of the discount double check in Super Bowl 45, Pittsburgh might have another ring if, they weren't playing the Packers and, say, the Chicago Bears that game. But, let alone they just didn't turn the football over that February Sunday. But anyways, I'll digress. 7-3 your score. Mid-first quarter, both teams go on scoring drives to begin the game. Both had big pass plays. Steelers were able to punch it in, though, for 7 rather than have to settle for 3. I was still probably going to have to kick it, though. If it came down to it, you at least want to tie it up. But they score on 3rd and goal. So it doesn't come down to another 4th down. Well, are you going to go for it? Are you going to kick it? But Rodgers, 2 of 4, 59 yards. The Steelers have 4 carries, 6 yards rushing, and a rushing touchdown. DK, the only intended target on that drive. 2 catches for him, 59 yards. As Rodgers, 2 of 4, 59 yards. And yeah, 2 incompletions were also intended for DK. But Connor Hayward, as Jalen Warren has carried 2 yards, Gainwell 1 of 1. Connor Hayward had the 2-yard sneak on 4th and a yard to get him goal to go then. And then Rodgers with a 1-yard rushing touchdown, but he had to run a good, 10 yards, 15 yards to find pay dirt. Running around there and then taking off and running. But points are still points, at the end of the day. So 7-3. See if the Steeler defense can continue to make some stops. TJ with 2 tackles, already 1 for loss here today, as Lamar Jackson's 2 of 3, 38 yards. Derrick Henry, 4 carries, 11 yards. Zay Flowers with a 31-yard catch. But remember, Pittsburgh got the big pass play, and then they said it was 1st and goal, and then they said it was 1st and 10. Because it went to 1st and 10, Pittsburgh had a couple extra plays to keep that drive going, rather than only 4 on goal to go. They used 7 of those 8 plays, basically, to score 7 points. On an 8-play, 65-yard, 3-minute, 45-second touchdown drive to go up 7-3. So, 7-3 here, Steelers. 7 to play in the first quarter. Baltimore getting the ball back, but they got to grab the bull by the horns, as both these teams are 6-6. The AFC North is there for the taking. Who wants it? So take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. Baltimore on the kickoff return to about the 25-yard line before being wrapped up, but they got to stop the run, and they got to get after Lamar Jackson. We know how the playoff game went a year ago. Even though Pittsburgh had their chances, in that game as well, if, 1 or 2 things would have went their way, it would have been a whole different story. But that was then. This is now. Both teams have moved on. But the thing is, like I said, once again, Steelers-Ravens, like enough said, we know how the game's going to go. It's going to be close. It's going to be, a hard-fought win for whoever does end up winning. Jackson keeps it for himself, gets a couple yards up the middle. Got a late whistle. Refs coming together. I don't see a flag, though, so I don't know what the hell they're talking about. But be 2nd and 5. Second and 6 officially at the 30. Mark Andrews in motion. They'll run Derrick Henry. And for about a yard, he goes before TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, and Logan Lee out of Iowa on the stop. He is a defensive lineman. They had him long snap in the preseason, if you remember that. But Pittsburgh, without Derek Harmon, saw Connie Benton go down a little bit ago. I wouldn't say thin on the defensive line, but just they're banged up. And it's still next man up mentality. 3rd and 5. Jackson getting pressured, and Brandon Echols on the sack. They brought the safety blitz, and down he goes. Echols been playing damn good lately. Had an interception. We go, as I said. Had the pass break up, and now he gets a sack on Lamar Jackson. 4th and 13, they'll punt. Steelers are going to get the ball back. Let's go. From the 23, the Ravens will punt. So Pittsburgh very well could get some damn good starting field position here. And it's going to bounce. Pittsburgh picks it up. Calvin Austin around the 33-yard line. That's where we'll set up shop 1st and 10. So take a commercial break. We get back to it, but Steelers with a 4-point lead, getting the ball back. So drive, score, extend this lead, kick a field goal comes down to. You have a 1 touchdown, 7-point lead then. If you can, go score another touchdown, you're up 2 scores down at 11, late first, early second quarter potentially, depending on the time. 4.5 to play in this first. They went on a 3-minute touchdown drive. So, yeah, late first, early second quarter potentially, you could have a, 7, 11-point lead potentially. We'll see, but, yeah, just go on a drive and score. We'll get back to it in a minute. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Aaron Rodgers joins Tom Brady and Doug Flutie as they're the only 3 players over the age of 42 with a career rushing touchdown in the NFL. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from the 32. They dump it off Jaylen Warren on a screen. Good block by Jonnu Smith as Warren gets about 4 yards or so to the 36. So 2nd down coming up from there. But, yeah, we'll see here what happens. Just go on and drive and score. Best week of practice all year this past week. Is that what they just said? So they're sick and tired of being sick and tired. Third and a yard here for the Steelers. See if they can convert. Third and long 1. It's more like 3rd and 2. Play clock winding down. Got to go. They get it off. Rodgers going to avoid a sack. Roll out. And then throws. Caught. And you say catch. Calvin Austin. 2 yards past the 1st down marker. So So 3rd and long one, 3rd and 2. They get 4 yards on the catch. Yeah, I should have been sacked right there, but he ducked and took off and ran. And Calvin Austin, both feet inbounds with the catch, control possession as well. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh at the 44. And now Baltimore going to challenge that. Yeah, snap the fucking ball. Yeah. So now the Ravens are challenging the catch. Pittsburgh challenged the Ravens catch, didn't win it. And now this, we'll see. Right there, that's a catch. That's a catch with control and possession. Remember, calling the field is a catch. They have to find an spit of evidence to return. But then it's, control and possession. We'll see. Okay, they actually expedited it real quick and said it's overturned. It's now incomplete. It's Baltimore winning the challenge. They get to keep their challenge. They keep their 3 timeouts this first half. Unlike Pittsburgh, who lost the challenge down to 1, lost a timeout, have 2 left the first half. But now it's 4th and a yard. Does Pittsburgh go for this? Do they punt? Yeah, you punt and play field position. So Corliss Waitman, little low snap, but he gets it up and away. And it'll be fair caught at the 11. So now 1st and 10, Baltimore after the Steelers punt. After it looked like they got a first down, but then it was challenged and but it returned. So Baltimore will run it far side, and James Pierre pushes it out. He's been playing damn good ball lately as well. And now we'll get an update. Baltimore run it again. 2, maybe 3 yards up the middle. We got another 3rd down and about 4 coming up. Third and 4, they'll go hurry up. Jackson looking to throw. And Cam Hayward almost got to him. Jackson going to tuck it and run. And then Malik Harrison, another former Raven now in the Steeler defense, makes the stop. First and 10, Baltimore. Slant is incomplete. 10 for DeAndre Hopkins with Joey Porter on the coverage, and they're going to get him for a PI. I don't know about that. They say PI on Pittsburgh and be a spot foul, automatic first down. Yeah, I'll take a 3-yard pass interference call all day. 1st and 10 from the 29. Jackson looking to throw again. Caught. Flowers, was he inbounds? Pittsburgh said no. Refs are agreeing. Complete out of bounds. Incomplete second. See a replay here. We've had a ball now on passes, and yeah, that's it. Out of bounds. Incomplete. Sure. Clearly, he's fucking left foot's out of bounds. Yeah. But a lot of, well, is it a catch or not? And then is he going to get challenged or not? But minute 20 to play in the first, 2nd and 10 for Baltimore. 7-3 Pittsburgh. And they'll run it again. And about, 5-6 yards up the middle. Big 3rd down for Pittsburgh here. See if they can get stopped 3rd and 5. Come on, D. Flowers in motion. Jackson. Incomplete. Brandon Eccles on the coverage once again. Incomplete. 4th down, they'll punt. So Baltimore punts. Pittsburgh from the 10 on the return. 15 out of bounds to the 20. So still 7-3 here after scoring drives begin the game for both teams. They've now punted. Baltimore twice, Pittsburgh once. Steelers getting the ball back 1st and 10, 25 seconds to go. In this first quarter, 7-3 your score. Quick split screen commercial. Get back to it. And then they'll take a full commercial break at the end of the quarter. But 1st and 10 Steelers. Probably got one play here before we get into the second quarter. But 8 games on right now in the NFL. 3-3 Seahawks, Falcons. Vikings leading the Redskins 7-0. 7 apiece for the Saints and Bucks. Bengals up on the Bills 14-3. Miami shutting out the Jets 21-0. But 1st and 10 Pittsburgh, who will actually host the Miami Dolphins a week from tomorrow night on Monday Night Football. First and 10 Steelers from the 20. They'll run Caleb Johnson, rookie out of Iowa. It's 5-6 yards up the middle, but that'll probably do it here for the first quarter. They'll switch ends, and it'll be 2nd and 5 for Pittsburgh with a 7-3 lead to begin the second quarter. So 15 minutes in, lead by 4, 7-3 your score. But yeah, that'll do it for the first quarter. Pittsburgh got the 2nd and 5 to begin the second when we come back. If you're just now tuning in, the College Football Playoff was revealed a little over an hour ago. Notre Dame and BYU did not get in. But Indiana is 1. Ohio State is 2. Georgia is 3. Texas Tech is 4. They will have first round byes. Oregon is 5. Ole Miss is 6. Texas A&M is 7. Oklahoma is 8. Alabama is 9. Miami is 10. Notre Dame and BYU, yes, are 11 and 12 respectively. But your 11 seed is the Tulane Green Wave, and your 12 seed are the James Madison Dukes. So Indiana at 1 will be playing in the Rose Bowl, playing the 8-9 winner of Oklahoma and Alabama. Ohio State is your 2 seed, playing in the Cotton Bowl against the winner of Texas A&M and Miami. Georgia at 3 in the Sugar Bowl, where Penn State beat them for the 1982 National Championship. Georgia will play either Ole Miss or Tulane, as Tulane's the 11 at 6-seeded Ole Miss without Lane Kiffin. And then for Texas Tech in the Orange Bowl, and they'll play either Oregon or James Madison. So a week from Friday will be Alabama at Oklahoma. Next Saturday at noon, Miami at Texas A&M. Next Saturday afternoon will be Tulane Ole Miss. And the next Saturday night will be James Madison and Oregon. To begin the second quarter on 2nd and 5, pass over the middle from Aaron Rodgers, 10 for DK Metcalf. It's incomplete. 3rd and 5 coming up early second quarter. But James Madison, Oregon winner, plays Texas Tech in the Orange Bowl. The Alabama, Oklahoma winner plays Indiana in the Rose Bowl. 3rd and 5. Pittsburgh lines up. Play clock winding down. Out of the gun. Gotta go. Snap the goddamn ball. Back to his left. 3 receivers. Dump off on a screen. Kenneth Gainwell going to get a Steeler first down to the 32-yard line. So they'll move the sticks and have a new set of downs here. So, yeah. Left to right, top to bottom. This is the college football playoff bracket. James Madison, Oregon, winner to advance to play Texas Tech in the Orange Bowl. Alabama, Oklahoma, winner to advance to play Indiana in the Rose Bowl. Another 1st and 10. Pump fake, Rodgers, incomplete, intended for Darnell Washington, it looked like. But incomplete, 2nd and 10. And then you have Tulane, Ole Miss, winner to play Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. And then Miami, Texas A&M, winner to play Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl. They'll move on from the quarterfinals to the Final Four and the semis. You'll have the Peach and Fiesta Bowl as those sites in the national championship game on Monday night, January the 19th in South Beach, Miami, Florida. So, yeah, just now tuning in, you missed any of that. I talked about all this at the start as it was being revealed, but delay game, or false start, on the Steelers. False start, be 2nd and 15. But don't start shooting yourselves in the foot now. Had the pass interference on the last drive. Still got off the field, but now false start, on 2nd and 10. It just makes it longer. It's 2nd and 15. See if they can get that penalty yardage back. See if they can, just get a drive going here. Snap the ball. Rodgers over the middle, Darnell Washington. And he'll lower the boom for about 13. So 3rd and short coming up. And he's slow to get up. They wanted to go to him over the middle on a play or two ago, but it wasn't there. Yeah, that head to the ground, right there. Yeah. So Darnell Washington going to be helped off. Probably going to be in concussion protocol, if I'd have to guess. So, got to get Freiermuth and John Smith going. Obviously, Connor Hayward had the quarterback sneak on 4th and yard to get the goal to go, and they ended up scoring. But get these wideouts going, too. From Moore to DK. Obviously, Roman Wilson is inactive today. But Calvin Austin had a catch, so we thought, but then they had to punt. And then, MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, activated off the practice squad. Haven't seen him yet. And then they, claimed Adam Thielen off of waivers from the Minnesota Vikings. He's been out there, but nothing targeted his way just yet. So, 3rd and 3, Pittsburgh from the 39. And now out of an empty set, 5 wide with Gainwell in motion. Rodgers looking to throw, going deep near side. DK Metcalf has him again. First down, Pittsburgh. Yes. As he celebrates on the Ravens sideline. So, right on the money. 1, 2, and, control and possession. Got to hurry up and get up on the ball, though, and snap it. They could have had a... they will snap it quick this time, going right back to him near side, incomplete out of bounds on a comeback. 1st and 10, 2nd and 10, but yeah, almost had that first down to Austin before they challenged and won, and then he had to punt. But they got off the field, so the defense is making stops. And now the offense is, that's a catch. And they still ran a play afterwards anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. But 2nd and 10 now. Just got to keep this drive going. Got to score. Go kick a field goal. 7. If it really comes down to it, kick. Rodgers complete Gainwell. He'll cut back in, and we'll see where they mark it. There's a penalty, maybe a face mask on the defense, so potential automatic first down here anyway. See if it's 15 yards or half the distance, but it's going to be 1st and 10 Pittsburgh. Personal foul, face mask on the Raven defense. It'll be half the distance, automatic first down. So 1st and 10 Steelers. See where they mark this out at the 12-yard line. So it's 1st and 10 again, not 1st and goal. They got 8 shots to punch this in. Score a touchdown, boys. Let's go. They'll run a shuffle over the middle. Kenneth Gainwell. Get about a yard. They'll give us another update here. And it looks like the Colts season's probably over. Daniel Indiana Jones out with an Achilles injury. And yeah. They were red hot until they came to Pittsburgh, and then they've lost, I think, 3 or 4 cents, and now the quarterback goes down. So, yeah, their season's over. Maybe you can steal a wild card spot, from them if there's 2 teams coming out of the AFC South. Like I said, that's why this game's really important. It's a divisional game. Both teams are 6-6. Whoever does win this is going to be in control, but then you still have, counting this game, 5 games left, 4 after today, but they still got to play each other twice. So you take care of business, for us to sort itself out. But the only way I think either of these teams are making the playoffs is that they win the AFC North. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs as a wild card. That wild card race is just too damn tight. Unless something happens, But that's obviously, once again, why they play a game. 3rd and 5, and Pittsburgh's already 3 of 5 on 3rd down today. From the 7.5-yard line, they'll call timeout. They'll have one left with 11:19 to play in the half and the 2-minute warning. They say the Steelers have tied for the second easiest schedule remaining in the AFC. Ravens have the 3rd toughest, but then the Bengals have the easiest left in the AFC. And Burrow's back, so maybe they go on a run. They'd have to win out, but remember, Pittsburgh already split with the Bengals, though. Pittsburgh's playing Baltimore for the first time there, and then they'll also play Week 18. So it's still a lot to unfold. So I play a game. If it was decided on paper, everybody's favorite team would be winning the fucking Super Bowl every year. Third and 5. If you don't convert, kick it. Take your points, go up 7. Three, 2, 1, snap the ball. And then a quick bubble screen. Kenneth Gainwell going to cut back in. He won't get it. It'll get down to the 5. It'll be 4th and about 3. Kick it. Take your points. Kick the field goal. Take your points. Go up 7 here, 10-3. Keep getting stops on defense. You'll get the ball back to begin the second half. Just kick it. Chris Boswell, 23-yard field goal. And kick is good. So 10-3 Steelers, 10:39 to play in the first half. Baltimore going to get the ball back. 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. Steelers have a timeout because they lost one on the challenge. They didn't win, and then called one just prior to the field goal. But 10-3 in a must-win game. So, update some more stats here for you. Boswell's kick was good from 23 yards. Rodgers now 10 of 16, 126 yards passing. Steelers, they don't have a running game. 6 carries, 16 yards as a team, but they have the rushing touchdown from Rodgers, and then you have the field goal. So the touchdown run is the difference now because they kicked it to go up 7 and equaled that out with Baltimore's field goal from earlier to go up 3-0. So Pittsburgh scored 10 unanswered now as well. Metcalf, 3 catches, 87 yards. Gainwell, 5 of 23 out of the backfield, so keep running that screen game with both him and Jalen Warren. Darnell Washington, catch for 12 yards, but went down injured on the play. Looks like a concussion. Hopefully he's okay, but you know how the NFL rules are. Concussion protocol, they got to clear everything before he come back, and I doubt he will, at least today. But yeah, 10-3 here, early second quarter. Update some other scores for you in a minute as well, as the Jaguars are up 21-7 on the Indianapolis Colts. But like I just said, because they gave us the update on CBS, Daniel Jones has left the game with an Achilles injury, and his season is probably done for. Who is their backup? That is the big question. But they might not make the playoffs now after, a hot start and then struggling down the stretch, and an injured quarterback now with a backup in now too. So, maybe, steal a wild card spot because the Colts aren't going to be in it potentially. We'll see. Vikings up 14-0 on the Redskins. Pittsburgh hosts Miami next Monday night. I'll have live play-by-play watch on reactions over on YouTube then. Be sure to tune back in. Ravens getting the ball back here, but Miami's up 21-7 at the gangrene New York Jets from East Rutherford. But Steelers on the kickoff. Saints, Bucks still tied at 7 as they were earlier. Actually, Tampa Bay just kicked a field goal to 10-7, excuse me. Ravens on the kickoff return. Pittsburgh wraps them up. From the 26, 1st and 10, Baltimore out of the offset eye. Run a bubble screen. Zay Flowers. Highsmith on the tackle. They were just talking about him being the Steelers nominee for the NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year award. And looks like Baltimore is going to get flagged for an illegal man downfield. An eligible player downfield. Penalty is going to be declined. It'll be 2nd and 11 rather than, 1st and long. What you doing, buddy? What's up, big dog? So 2nd and 11, Baltimore will get Zay Flowers the ball once again. Cam Hayward, Jalen Ramsey on the stop. Be 3rd and 4, under 10 to play in the half. If the Steelers can get a stop now, get the ball back, go do something again before halftime. Maybe work some clock as well. Get a 2-for-1 and double dip at it. Get the ball back to begin the second half, score then too. I mean, you're really putting pressure on Baltimore then. Third and 4 for the Ravens. And Lamar Jackson looking to throw, going to step up to hold on 64. He wants to throw and is picked off. James Pierre one-hands it. And Jackson's pissed. Well, that's because you're a running back, buddy. 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. They get the turnover. They got to capitalize on it now. 9:21 to go in the half. You got to score. Just not because it's off the turnover, but now, especially, you got a short field. You're on the right side of the 50, you're on the 36-yard line, give or take, with a 1st and 10. 9 minutes to play in the half. Yeah, you only have one time, you have 2 in a warning, but go score. Go make them pay. They're clicking again, They just love playing like shit, though, at times, like they have. Until their backs are up against the wall and they got to get back to fight, So 22 takeaways this year, 2nd in the NFL, 91 points off those turnovers, which is 1st in the NFL. Well, let's add to it. From the 36, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. Metcalf in motion. And they'll run Jalen Warren. He'll get a yard. 2nd and 9. You got to score off of it. I mean, shit, you're already a field goal range, basically. It'd be nice to score a touchdown. Really extend your lead. But if you have to settle for 3, you're still up 2 scores and a 10 compared to 14. But you got to make them pay for their mistake. You got to make them pay and capitalize off the turnover. So 2nd and 9 here. From the 35. Rodgers looking to throw all day. Going to step up, roll out, and complete. Skoranek at the 21. Mark at the 22. Can't forget about Benny Sco. More of a special teams player, but he's listed as a wide receiver. He's made catches before. Hasn't been the same receiver as he was in LA with the Rams a couple years ago by any means, but still reliable. Had a touchdown, what was that, week 1 against the Jets? From the 22, 1st and 10. And they run a bubble screen, DK Metcalf far side, and catch and run for him for 5-6 yards, second and medium, second and manageable, second and 4, they say officially. That's a long 4 yards, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, one-handed bubble screen. Second and 4 from the 17. And now they'll motion out. Pittsburgh's going to call timeout. Yeah. Or Ravens call timeout, sorry. Rodgers staring down the Ravens sideline. Like, I almost had you guys. Now he's talking some trash. He almost had him caught off guard defensively. That's why Baltimore called their first time out. But remember, Pittsburgh's still going to try to capitalize off this turnover. So... So from the 17, second and 4. Adam Thielen in motion. And they'll fake the run, roll out, and it is complete. Adam Thielen, his first catch as a Pittsburgh Steeler. Longtime Minnesota Viking, was with the Carolina Panthers, went back to Minnesota earlier this year, but then they just released him. He wanted to move on, potentially play for a contender down the stretch and end his career on a high note compared to Minnesota, who's been struggling this season with J.J. McCarthy at quarterback. But yeah, Adam Thielen was released by Minnesota, and the Pittsburgh Steelers claimed him off of waivers this past week. And his first catch as a Pittsburgh Steeler gets Pittsburgh 3rd and 2 at the 14, and the pass intended for DK Metcalf in the end zone. It's incomplete. 4th down. Kick it. Take your points. Go up 2 scores at 10. Kick it. There's no need to go for this. Kick the field goal. You just kick the 23-yarder. Kick it again. Take your points. And then it's points off of a turnover as well, which will be very crucial later as this game progresses. So Boswell made from 23. You're going to flip that number for anybody who's dyslexic. This is from 32 yards. Also from the right hash into the same end zone. Kick is good. Steelers lead the Ravens now 13-2 with 6:10 to play in the half, but there's a flag on the play. It looks like it's going to be on the Raven defense. So maybe you take the field goal off the board, because remember, it was 4th and 2. And then it's an automatic first down. Get the offense back out there. And then, maybe score a touchdown and you're up 17-3 compared to 13-3. Personal foul Unnecessary roughness on the Raven defense. Automatic first down. Take your field goal off the board now and go score a damn touchdown. If it still comes down to it, you still got to kick it, okay, kick it. But you're looking to score a touchdown now. It's not 13-3. It's back to 10-3 because of the penalty, but it's a 1st and 10 for Pittsburgh. They will maintain possession. Let's go. 1st and goal now. You got 4 plays to punch it in. Let's score. Touchdown, go, 14 at 2 scores, 17-3. And rather than get 3 off the turnover, get 7 off of it. From the 6, 1st and goal, Pittsburgh. Rodgers up under center as John Harbaugh, just his brother Jim, arguing with the refs. Spencer Anderson in motion. They'll run a toss. Kenneth Gainwell far side. He'll cut back in. Walks in. Touchdown Steelers. 1 play after the field goal. That was good, but because of the defensive penalty, field goal comes off the board because Pittsburgh wanted it to, because you take the 1st and goal, new set of downs, and then 1 play, you run it in for 6, make it 7. Here's the extra point for Chris Boswell. So Gainwell with a rushing touchdown to go along with Rodgers' rushing touchdown, and then you have the 23-yard field goal from Boswell, and Pittsburgh now extends their lead from 4 to 7, and right now 13, about to be 14 with the extra point up being good, which it is. Steelers lead the Ravens now 17-3 with 6:05 to play in the first half. Remember, Pittsburgh is getting the ball back to begin the second half as well. So we'll see how these final few minutes play out to end the half. But, you know what it is. Black and yellow, Steelers lead the Ravens 17-3. Update some more stats for you, as Metcalf is having a damn good game, as is Kenneth Gainwell, as Kenny G gets in from 6 yards for 6 points, make it 7. Extra point, good. Rodgers 13-20, 48. They have 8 carries, 23 yards rushing as a team. 2 rushing touchdowns, though. That's the difference in this game, or else it would be tied at 3. Warren, 3 of 8. Johnson, 1 of 5. Hayward with a 4th down run on a sneak for 2 yards. But Rodgers has 1 carry, 1 yard, and a touchdown. And Kenneth Gainwell, 2 carries, 7 yards rushing, and a touchdown as well. But Gainwell, 5 catches, 23 yards, receiving. DK Metcalf, 492. Skowronek had a 13-yard catch there on that drive. Darnell Washington, 1 of 12, a little bit ago, but has not returned due to a potential concussion. Adam Thielen had a 4-yard catch on that drive as well. His first catch as a Pittsburgh Steeler. Jalen Warren has a catch for 4 yards. I mean, defensively, they have 1 sack. Brandon Echols on Lamar Jackson. 3 tackles, lost his sack, one of them, TJ Watt, and Alex Highsmith on the others. James Pierre's interception goes for 7 points. So they capitalized and they created, and then they capitalized and scored off the turnover. And that's the difference, along with just the rushing touchdowns by the Pittsburgh Steelers right now against the Baltimore Ravens. 17-3 your score as we near halftime. So 17-3, Baltimore going to get the ball back and see what the Steeler defense can do when we get back to it. But, yeah. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Steelers with a short of the landing zone kick. They didn't get it inside the 20 on the bounce, but be 1st and 10 Baltimore. Thing is about that penalty on the field goal. Hey, they call it. It is what it is. Steelers capitalized off it some more, whether it be 3. They made it 7 points and scored the touchdown. It is what it is. You move on. But Baltimore now 1st and 10 at the 40 because of that penalty on the kickoff. The Ravens will run Derrick Henry, Alex Highsmith on the tackle. And now the Ravens are pissed off. Let them be. Fuck them. From the 42, Derrick Henry on the run once again, cuts back and gets a 1st down out past midfield. And now the Steelers are going to be catching the injury bug some more. Somebody else is down hurt. Didn't see a number. We'll see here in a minute. It's Malik Harris, the number 50, the former Raven. So after the injury, 1st and 10 Ravens. Zay Flowers, who's right now the go-to target for Lamar Jackson, makes the catch far side. 2nd and 3 coming up. give us another update. The Bengals just scored again in Buffalo, up 21-11 at halftime in the snow. Bucks up 10-7 on the Saints. Vikings leading the Washington Redskins football team commanders, or whatever you want to call them, 14-0 at half. The Dolphins, who the Steelers play next Monday night, leading the Jets 21-7. A Jags 21-10 lead at home against the injured Daniel Jones, backup quarterback now in for Indy. Led Colts 21-10 your score. Titans 14-10 at the Cleveland Browns, and then the low-scoring defense showdown. Falcons up 6-3 on the Seattle Seahawks. And then here we are, 17-3, with 4-1-2 and counting to play in the first half for the Steelers and Ravens. From the 39, 1st and 10. Jackson getting pressured and then throws. It's somehow caught by Isaiah Likely. And then Patrick Queen, another former Raven, with Cole Holcomb, who's been back from injury, but hasn't played a hell of a lot this year. He has been banged up a little bit, throughout the season. But even when he has been active, really hasn't played a hell of a lot. It just shows depth they have at linebacker. And they're playing who they're playing. Because remember, he was playing damn good ball before he blew his knee out against Titans on Thursday Night Football a couple years ago. But 2nd and 4 here for Baltimore from 32. They'll run an end around Zay Flowers and Highsmith with, speak of the devil, Cole Holcomb, James Pierre there on the stop as well. It'll be 3rd and 2, Baltimore 30. So 3rd and 2, 2:40 and counting to play in the half. See if the Steelers can get a stop. Baltimore in field goal range, so they'd probably kick it. You still got 2 scores, though, at 11. But then they throw a late flag as well for movement up front. They'll say offside on Pittsburgh. No way in hell. So automatic first down, but all right, whatever, move on. I was going to say, get off the field, maybe get the ball back, still up 2 scores, but maybe have some time and timeouts to still go score before halftime. But now this drive will continue for the Ravens. So Baltimore will have to snap this before the 2-minute warning. Pass batted down, incomplete. Starting to find out some other bowl games. The Citrus Bowl will feature the Michigan Wolverines and the Texas Longhorns. They just played, what was that, last year? And now Michigan's in a home with Oklahoma. Michigan going to have to go to Texas in a couple years to return the favor for the Longhorns going to the big house. But Citrus Bowl is Michigan, Texas. Should be a good game. 2nd and 10 after the incompletion for Baltimore with 2:12 to play in the half from the 25. And they'll run Derrick Henry for 2 yards or so up the middle. So that'll take us now to the 2-minute warning. 17-3 your score, Steelers lead. But 3rd and 7, so hey, even at the 2-minute warning, 40-second difference, 42-second difference as it just was on that 3rd and 2. If the Steelers can get a stop, call your 3rd and final timeout then. Force a kick. You're still up 2 scores at 11 at half. Well, as of now, you would be. But you'd still get the ball back with some time. No timeouts, but time to go potentially do something before halftime. Field goal, touchdown, whatever, 20, 24, 6 potentially. If not 3, if they, say, miss the field goal, hopefully they don't score a touchdown. 17-10 then. But you're also getting the ball back to begin the second half. So they could do some damage here, potentially. We'll see what happens on 3rd and 7, though, first off. It's all going to depend on what happens there, and then we'll work out of that. But, yeah, you could really extend your lead come mid-3rd quarter. And then if you get this run game going, work some clock in the second half, get out with a win, you're going to be atop the AFC North. But 2 minutes to play in this first half. It's 17-3 for the Pittsburgh Steelers leading the Baltimore Ravens. Third and 8 officially with 2 minutes to play and a half from the 23-yard line. Lamar Jackson in the gun and gets hit as he throws. Jalen Ramsey on the coverage. It's incomplete. 4th down. Oh, late flag. My ass. Come on. No way in hell that's PI. They say illegal contact on the Steelers. Are you fucking kidding me? It's 5 yards, but it's an automatic first down. So now twice on this drive, they can't get off the field on 3rd down because of damn penalties. Because I was going to say, they just got the ball. They're going to get the ball back with time and 1 timeout because that pass was incomplete. But now, Jesus Christ. Derrick Henry on the give. Be 2nd and 5 again coming up. Steeler offense might not get the ball back now at this rate until early 3rd quarter. Which, all right, whatever. But keep him out of the end zone. Force a kick. From the 13 on 2nd and 5, Jackson going to avoid a sack pass, almost batted down, but caught by Zay Flowers, or not Zay Flowers, is it Rashard Bateman at the 1st down marker. Clock still ticking. Now it's 1st and goal. Clock still ticking. 40 seconds to go in the half. 1st and goal at the 8. And they'll toss. Derrick Henry getting a block, but then Patrick Queen, his former teammate, hits him. And only about a yard on the run. So 2nd and goal for Baltimore. 25 seconds to go. They'll call a timeout. Boom. Yep. Just hit a brick wall. So they'll reset the clock as well to 27 seconds. But 17-3, both teams have one timeout left. Keep them out of the end zone. Second and goal as Tony Romo tries to draw up exactly what's going to fucking happen. And Mark Andrews, the intended target, with former Raven Chuck Clark on the coverage, is incomplete. Third and goal. Get off the field. There's already been 2 third downs that you gave up penalties that you could have got the ball back to do something. But no, this drive continues for Baltimore in the meantime because of the penalties. Third and goal. Third and goal, Lamar Jackson going to tuck it and run. He walks in, touchdown. God damn it. Twice, make it 3 times now on third down. He couldn't get off the field because of penalties and they give up a fucking touchdown. And now they're going to have momentum going into halftime. We know how the Steelers have played, blowing first half leads as of late. Yeah, they're getting the ball back to begin the second half, but got a hold on the Steeler defense. Doesn't matter. It's decline, touchdown. 17-9, extra point to come. And from a field goal on both sides to now a Raven rushing touchdown. Remember, the Steelers have not 1 but 2 rushing touchdowns, Aaron Rodgers, but then Gainwell with the second. But remember, that was off of a turnover. So that turnover and points off of it is going to be the difference in this game now. But also remember, the field goal was good, but then the penalty on the Raven defense allowed Pittsburgh to maintain possession to keep the drive going to score. Extra point is no good. Still 1-score game, but it's 8, not 7, 17-9. But the difference in this game now is that interception and the touchdown for the Steelers off of it. So we know, as we've said about the Steelers and turnovers this season, when they're creating and capitalizing off of turnovers, they're winning. When they're turning the ball over, they're losing. But extra point no good by Baltimore. It is 17-9, not 17-10. See if that comes back into play a little bit later on as well. We'll update some stats here at halftime. Stay tuned. But yeah, 17-9 your score. Pittsburgh with 16 seconds in a timeout. Probably not going to do anything. So we'll hit halftime with this score in a minute. Pittsburgh returns the kickoff to the 26, and now they'll have a first and 10 with 11 seconds on timeout. They'll probably just take a knee if I'd have to guess. Yep. Steelers are going to take a knee here. And we'll hit halftime with the Steelers leading the Ravens 17-9. Difference in this game is a Raven interception. Steelers capitalized off of it with a touchdown. Ravens, yeah, just scored, but then they just missed the extra point. So 17-9, not 17-10. So we at halftime, with the Steelers going to be receiving a second half kick and getting the ball back to begin the second half. So update some stats now for you. Thanks once again for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Steelers, hashtag Here We Go. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always get appreciated as well. As this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Their links are also in the description below. And then be sure to click the first top link in the description below if you haven't done so already, and hit hype if available on your YouTube screen. So 17-9 at halftime. Steelers lead the Ravens. We'll get the ball back to begin the second half. Lamar Jackson, 7 of 13, 64 yards, sacked once. Has a rushing touchdown as he has 3 carries, 19 yards. With a net interception, James Pierre. Steelers scored off of it. Initially kicked the field goal. There was a penalty. They maintained possession. One play later, they scored a touchdown. So it could be 13-9, but it's 17-9 as they miss the extra point off their touchdown. But that's the difference in this game. With everything else that's gone on, that's the difference in this game, is the turnover and points off of it. And we know the Steelers, once again, with turnovers, when they're capitalized off of them, they're winning. But Jackson, 7 of 13, 64 yards. The interception, 3 carries, 19 yards rushing, and the rushing touchdown. Derrick Henry, 11 of 34 on the ground. Keaton Mitchell has 4 carries, 18 yards. Zay Flowers, the go-to target today, 4 catches, 46 yards, likely 2 of 13. Rashard Bateman has a catch for 5. And then Tyler Loop, good on a 36-yard field goal, but then missed on the 33-yard extra point. Aaron Rodgers, 13 of 20, 148 yards passing. Has a 1-yard rushing touchdown as the Steelers then went up 7-3. But Pittsburgh rushing 9 carries, 22 yards with 2 rushing touchdowns as a team. Jalen Warren, 3 of 8. Kenneth Gainwell, 2 of 7. Caleb Johnson, 1 of 5. Connor Hayward, 1 of 2. Rodgers with the 1-for-1 and the touchdown. If the Steelers with a lead here on the road can find a running game this second half, they should be okay. We'll see. You want to run the football and work clock. Metcalf, 4 catches, 92 yards. Gainwell, 5 of 23. Receiving. So, I mean, it's Metcalf and Gainwell on offense for the Steelers. The defense is playing pretty good to this point. But Skoranek has a catch for 13 yards. Delnar Washington, 1 of 12, but out injured. Thielen with a catch for 4, as does Jalen Warren. Cam Hayward, 4 total tackles. They have 3 tackles for loss and 1 sack. That's Brandon Eccles. James Pierre had the 9-yard interception return. And then the Steelers ended up scoring off of it, kicked the field goal. There was a penalty on the Raven defense, so they maintained possession. They ended up scoring a touchdown instead. That was the Kenneth Gainwell rushing touchdown. Boswell with 5 points as the Steelers lead by 8. Good on a 23-yard field goal, made a 32-yarder, but then they ended up scoring a touchdown instead. So he's 2 of 2 on his extra points. Baltimore with the field goal, but then they missed their lone extra point off their touchdown they just scored. Overall team stats here at halftime. Both teams 3 of 7 on third down. Steelers 1 of 1 on fourth down. Ravens have 10 first downs compared to the Steelers' 9. The Ravens have ran 4 more total plays at 33 compared to the Steelers' 29, but the Steelers have more passing, less rushing, but more total yards. Ravens with 56 passing, 73 rushing for $129. Steelers with 148 to 22 for 170 total, as they both had 5 total drives. And Steelers shoot themselves in the foot with penalties, 5 of 18. The Ravens have 2 of 19. But hell, the Steelers had 2 penalties on 2 different third downs on that touchdown drive by Baltimore, in which they could have got off the field. They didn't, and then they give up the touchdown on 3rd and goal, I might add. So they got to get off the field on third down. Penalty yardage ain't much, 5 of 18. There was a pass interference that was on like a 3-yard penalty earlier, but it was still a penalty. So quit shooting yourselves in the foot. Ravens have the lone turnover. Pittsburgh scored off of it. That's the difference in this game. Baltimore is winning time possession right now, 16 of 11 to 13-49. But really up front for Pittsburgh, run the football, stop the run. Okay? Try to control this clock as much as you can. Defensively, obviously let Rodgers do his thing. Keep getting DK Metcalf the football. Got to have somebody step up behind him at wide receiver and or tight end. Pat Freiermuth, I haven't even said his name until now. Okay? 0 catches for him. Like, they got to get touches. There were a few games they were getting touches to everybody, whether they were winning or losing. But they really just got to move the football, go on a drive or two, score some more points. You're up 8. It's still 1 score, though. It's been nice to, hold them to a field goal there, but you did give them a touchdown because they couldn't get off the field on third down 3 different times. But is what it is. At least you're getting the ball back here to begin the second half. But then once again, remember, the Steelers have blown a couple first half leads in the second half already this season, including last week and 2 weeks ago at the Chicago Bears, last time they were on the road. The Steelers, I might add, still have not won on the road away from home since mid-September. It was week 3 at the New England Patriots. They won 21-14. They have since lost at the Bengals, at the Chargers, and at the Bears, or at the Ravens here today. They also blew a first half lead on that Sunday night against the Green Bay Packers, I might add, as well. The only game they are able to, there's 2 of them, and their last 2 wins over the past month, in which they had halftime leads they won, were the Colts and Bengals games, at home. Past 2 weeks they've had halftime leads, they've blown it. Once again, haven't won on the road since week 3, but you're 6-6, 5 games left, 2 of them against Baltimore. Division's there for the taking. You gotta figure it out, find a way to win, and take care of business because the rest will sort itself out. But 17-9 is your halftime score. Steelers lead the Baltimore Ravens. Steelers can get the ball back to begin the second half. But, they got to keep running the football, keep stopping the run. I think the defense is playing pretty damn good right now. But if the Steelers can find a running game, being on the road with a lead, you run the football, you work clock, keep scoring. You're putting the pressure on the opponent. What's helping them out is they have 2 rushing touchdowns, even though they have 9 carries, 22 yards rushing. Total as a team, they have 2 rushing touchdowns because they're both from inside the 10. 1 from 1, 1 from 6. But then that 6-yard touchdown is even more crucial because this could be a 4-point game as it was at 7-3, at 13-9 because of the field goal, but then the defensive penalty, they maintain possession, and then they keep the drive going and they score off of it. So the turnover is the difference. It's 17-9, and Baltimore turned it over. Lamar Jackson interception, James Pierre. Steelers scored a touchdown off of it. That's the difference in this game right now at 17-9. But, run the football, stop the run, get off the field on third down, and hopefully you have the running game by then. You keep running, you keep working clock, let Rodgers do his thing. But somebody's got to step up behind DK Metcalf. He has 4 for 92 in the first half. Run this screen game with Warren and Gainwell, 5 of 23 as mentioned. But they got to have somebody step up behind Metcalf at wide receiver. Okay? Obviously, Roman Wilson's out today, but Calvin Austin, no effect. Thought he had a catch, but it was overturned. Skoranek has a catch for 13 yards. They brought in Adam Thielen off the waivers from Minnesota. He has a catch for 4 yards. MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, I've seen him out there. believe he's wearing number 11, but nothing targeted his way. But then the tight ends, Darnell Washington out with a concussion. 1 of 12 receiving for him. Where's Pat Frymuth at? Where's Jonnu Smith at? I mean, seriously. Like, you're going to win as a team, you're going to lose as a team. They got to get everybody involved. Slowly but surely, but more so in the run game. I'm telling you, if they can hold this lead, find a running game, work clock, add to their lead, get off the field on third down, the Steelers are going to win this game. But only time's going to tell. So I'll leave it at that. We'll kick off the second half in a minute. Update some scores for you. In the meantime, as we've already discussed what happened in college football this weekend, in the conference championship games, and then the college football playoff being revealed, once again with Indiana 1, Ohio State 2, Georgia 3, and Texas Tech 4. They will all have first-round byes. Oregon is 5, Ole Miss is 6, Texas A&M is 7, Oklahoma is 8. Oklahoma will host the 9th seed in the Alabama Crimson Tide. 10's Miami, they'll play at Texas A&M. 11 is Tulane. It's actually a rematch with Ole Miss from earlier this year, I might add. And then 12 is James Madison. They'll be at Oregon. James Madison, Oregon winner will play Texas Tech in the Orange Bowl on New Year's Day. As we are about to kick off the second half, the Oklahoma game, Alabama-Oklahoma winner to play Indiana in the Rose Bowl. That game also New Year's Day. Not at 5 o'clock, though, like normal, 4 o'clock this year. Well, technically next year, January 1st. You get my point. Anyways, Tulane, Ole Miss, winner to play Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. And then Miami, Texas A&M to play Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl, with then the Peach and Fiestas to host the semifinals, the Final Four before the College Football Playoff National Championship game on Monday night, January the 19th, 2026. We are about to kick off the second half with the Steelers leading the Ravens 17-9. But also right now in the NFL, the Dolphins are up on the Jets 24-7. Pittsburgh will host Miami next Monday night. So be sure to tune back in live here on YouTube. Then for more live play watch long reactions live here on YouTube. Jags up on the Colts 28-10. Bucks 10-7 leading New Orleans early third quarter. Vikings leading and shutting out Washington. The Redskins football team Commanders 17-0 late third quarter. That's probably going to be the first game that gets over. Maybe by 3:30 in a less than 3-hour game today. Browns leading Tennessee 17-14. The Bills just scored, so they cut the lead back to 3. It's 21-18. Cincinnati. The Bengals leading the Bills in the snow, just like it was in the playoffs a couple years ago. And then the Seahawks are up on the Falcons 13-6. Still to come this week 14 in the NFL. Broncos, Raiders, Bears, Packers, and Rams, Cardinals. All of those games are at 4 o'clock. Sunday Night Football is Texans, Chiefs. Monday Night Football tomorrow night will be the Eagles and Chargers, as the Patriots, Giants, 49ers, and Panthers are all on byes this week. Obviously, the Lions are to beat the Cowboys on Thursday Night Football, 44-30 as well. Next week in the NFL, we'll have Thursday Night Football kickoff week 15 already. Hard to believe. But hopefully everyone had a happy Thanksgiving recently, and we'll have a Merry Christmas in a couple weeks as well. The Falcons and Bucks will be on Thursday night. Next Sunday, Browns, Bears, Ravens, Bengals, Chargers, Chiefs should be interesting. Bills, Patriots as well, just because of it being a divisional game, but then also with the playoff picture. Washington, New York, the Silver and Black, and the Eagles, Jets, Jags, Cardinals, Texans, and then next Sunday afternoon, CBS has Packers, Broncos, and Fox has Lions, Rams. Both those games on at 4:25. And then Panthers, Saints as well, along with the Titans and 49ers. Colts, Seahawks should be interesting. But now Daniel Jones is out. Next Sunday night, Vikings, Cowboys. And next Monday night, for all my rowdy friends coming over for Monday Night Football, the Miami Dolphins will be in the cold as they are today in New York, beating the Jets currently. But the Steel City hosting Monday Night Football. Steelers, Dolphins, a week from tomorrow night. So, 1st and 10 from the 40 for the Steelers to begin the second half. Rodgers all day to throw, airs it out. DK Metcalf wide open to the Raven 30, inside the 25, inside the 20, down to the 18. 1st and 10, Steelers. Metcalf just went over 100 yards receiving today on, 5 catches? I mean, come on. They wanted to, I think, run that screen, but he wasn't there. And then Rodgers still all day to throw. Hey, somebody get open. I'll find you. Metcalf over the middle on that crosser. They ran that with him early in the season. Had some big plays. I mean, shit, he was having a touchdown every game for the most part up until, lately. But from the 19 officially, 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. So, yeah, 5 for $133 for Metcalf. A minute into the third quarter. Now Freiermuth, his first catch of the game. And the Nittany Lion gets to the 16-yard line. It'll be 2nd and, 6, 7 yards coming up. See if they can score here early third quarter, extend the lead, get it back to 2 scores as it was. And, even a field goal gets you back to 2 scores at 11, 20-9. But 24-9 is even better. So Green 19, and handoff to Kenneth Gainwell, a couple stiff arms. Rodgers bringing up the rear, looking to block. And then Rodgers telling the ref, hey, that's a first down. We'll see where they spot it. It looks like it's going to be 3rd and inches. Come on, boys, let's score. We got to punch this in and score a damn touchdown. I'm still kicking if it comes down to it because it makes it a 2-score game again. Third and a half a yard. Out of the gun, handoff Kenny G. 1st and goal, Steelers. First and goal. And CBS just froze. What the hell? 1st and goal from the 8. Come on, really? Are you fucking kidding me? CBS just froze. Hopefully they don't score on that play. It's goal to go, though, for the Steelers. Try to get you a play-by-play here. So they had a negative run, and then they had an incompletion over the middle to Freiermuth. So it's what, 3rd and goal coming up now? Yeah, CBS just froze. What the fuck? It's always CBS now. It was always a different channel. Now it's always fucking CBS. It was all fuzzy. What game was that a couple weeks ago? But then they got it working. The Bengal game, that's right. But they got it working, as the game progressed. They score a touchdown, good. They don't, kick it. Because then you'll go back up 2 scores. What the hell? Come on, man. It's always something. It's always fucking something. All right, now it's seemingly working. But we're at a fucking commercial break. So what the hell happened? Okay, Boswell kicked a 28-yard field goal. So it's 20-9. You still get points. You still go back up 2 scores. Good. All right, that's all I need to know. Fucking CBS freezes up on me. I mean, it won't work until it works. And now we're back, but it's commercial, so I missed the kick. Oh, well. Still 11-point 2-score game. They get points to begin the 3rd quarter as well, go on a big scoring drive. To extend the lead, go back up 2 scores once again. Just don't blow the halftime lead. The first half lead. You've done it too fucking much this year. But still, the difference in this game is the interception. And they scored off of it, which is good. Because if not, it'd be a hell of a lot closer than what it is. Ravens on the kickoff return from the goal line, and to the 28 they go before being wrapped up. Yeah, they're shutting everybody up now. You know, find fucking something else to talk about. So 2nd and 4 here from the 35 for Baltimore as Derrick Henry got 6 yards on that first play. They'll run it again up the middle. And Benton's back out there. Keanu Benton's back out there. Cam Hayward, Yaya Black as well. 3rd and 2. Yeah, winning cures everything. When you're winning, nobody is talking. When you're losing, hell's on fire. Everybody's coming after you. They'll toss it on 3rd and a long one. They'll cut back, big run. God damn it. Down the near sideline, James Pierre on the tackle at the 5-yard line. Son of a bitch. So now 1st and goal, Baltimore from the 7. They'll run it again up the middle, no gain. Lamar Jackson in motion, a direct snap to Derrick Henry, and TJ Watt hits him. Jabril Peppers as well, Yaya Black, Hayward. So 3rd and goal, Baltimore from the 4. Come on, defense, get stopped. Jackson looking to throw, going to step up, and caught in the back of the end zone, touchdown. Isaiah Likely. So now what, 20-15. They'll probably go for 2. Make it a 3-point game at 20-17. With 7:35 to go in the 3rd. And now this crowd's juiced up. Steelers got to find a running game, man. They got to run the goddamn ball. So Baltimore will go for 2. They kick it. Well, actually, they will kick the extra point. Sorry. So they get 20-16. They won't chase points because if they don't get it, you're down 5. But if you do get it, you're down 3. But if you kick it as they did, you're down 4, 20-16. But then if they can score again, you're up 23-20. So they kick the extra point. It's 20-16. Steelers are going to get the ball back, 1st and 10 when we come back. Still trying to find some bowl announcements, but there really hasn't been any made other than the college football playoff and there was one or two I mentioned a little bit ago, but nothing else. They were waiting until really middle of the afternoon to after that football playoff. Talk dies down a little bit after a couple hours. Okay, here's another news story for you. Here's all these bowl game announcements. So, like I said, when I have them, I'll relay them to you. If I don't get them in time by the time we sign off today after this game, then okay, you'll just have to look up those yourself. I'll be releasing a college football video soon. I don't know officially when. Hoping for sometime this week into the weekend. But if I don't, then it'll still be by Christmas. So yeah. But this game we'll move on with it. 20-16 Steelers. Pittsburgh getting the ball back. Hey, go score. You got to go kick it. You're up 7, 23-16. Go score another touchdown. You're back up 11 as you just were, 27-16 then. And it's a 2-score game at 11. So they got to run the football and work clock. So 1st and 10 Steelers from the 20 up 4, 20-16. 7.5 to play in the third. They will run Jalen Warren up the middle for 3 yards. 2nd and 7 coming up. Got to find a running game now. I get they have 2 rushing touchdowns, but they don't have much yardage. They got to run the football. So 2nd and 7. Rodgers looking to throw, dumps it off on a screen. Warren, there's a flag in the backfield. It's probably coming back for a hold anyway. It'll be 3rd and 3, but it's coming back. Holding on the Steelers, that's Andrus Peat. And at left tackle, obviously Broderick Jones was out last week, out again today. because he's on IR. Yeah, Pete played last week for him, playing again today, but Pete had a false start earlier. Now a holding call. Now 2nd and 17. Rather than 3rd and 2, it's 2nd and 17. Empty set 5 wide, back with a 13. Come on, boys. Rodgers complete. Metcalf again. Gets to the 25. So 3rd and less than 10. Yeah, 3rd and 5. And now Andrews Pete is down injured. So after the injury timeout, back to it, 3rd and 5. Ball 25 for the Steelers. Got to convert. Let's go. And then Rodgers going deep. Calvin Austin. Biggest catch today by him or anybody else not named DK Metcalf. Out past midfield. Ball at the 45-yard line. First 10 Steelers. From the 44, 1st and 10. Run the ball. Run the ball. And they will. Caleb Johnson, he's going to lose a yard. So 2nd and 11, Pittsburgh at the 45. Rodgers in the gun, and they'll run a screen, complete in the flat. Jalen Warren bulldoze into the 38. All right, you got a 3rd and about 4, 3rd and 5 coming up. So 3rd and 4. MVS in motion. Rodgers rolling out. Another quick dump off. Jalen Warren down the near sideline. Inside the 20, 15, 10. He's going to walk in. 5 touchdown Steelers. Boom. "38-yard passing touchdown from Aaron Rodgers to Jalen Warren." So they're not really running that ball that good today, but that screen game's working. And DK Metcalf, obviously, a big game for him. As Rodgers has a rushing touchdown, now a passing touchdown there to Warren. Gainwell has a rushing touchdown. Boz with a couple field goals. You know, going to go back up 2 scores here. 26-16, extra point. Good, 27-16 with 3:30 to go in the 3rd quarter. And yeah, oh mama, nobody's booing Renegade today. All right, 27-16. Still, you know, a lot of football off the plate still, though. 3:30 to go in this 3rd quarter, plus the whole 4th. So, Calvin Austin had a big go route on 3rd and 5 on that drive. Another, 3rd down? Hey, the defense was able to get off the field on 3rd down earlier. Now, the Raven defense can't get off the field on 3rd down now, because Pittsburgh's converting, getting 1st downs. Yeah, that was just a simple dump off on a screen in the flat near side, and he hightailed it down the near sideline, and he might have been untouched to see a replay of it, but yeah. So Rodgers officially update these stats for you. As Baltimore's going to get the ball back. Rodgers 19 of 28, 280. And that passing touchdown to Jalen Warren from 38 yards out. Warren, 3 catches, 49 yards receiving, and the touchdown. He has 5 carries, 9 yards rushing. Gainwell, 4 of 15 on the ground, and the rushing touchdown. Rodgers, 1 of 1 in the touchdown to go up 7-3. DK Metcalf now 6 catches, 145 yards receiving. When was the last time the Steelers had a 100-yard receiver? Jalen Warren, 3 of 49 in that touchdown. Calvin Austin on 3rd and 5, a 31-yard go route down the far sideline for a 1st down. Keep the drive going. Gainwell, 5 of 23. Mitch Gronick, 1 of 13 earlier. Darnell Washington, 1 of 12 earlier as well. Hopefully he's okay. You know, he hasn't returned since, like I said. I assume it's a concussion. You know, Thielen has a catch for 4 yards. Freiermuth a catch for 3 yards early 3rd quarter here. Nothing else to the tight ends with Johnny Smith as well. MVS elevated the practice squad. He's playing. He was in motion, I believe, on that very play, but no targets. But yeah, caught it, and Warren down the sideline. Yeah, he wasn't touched until he got to the goal line. Freiermuth was wide open down the seam too. Yeah. So hey. He's open. That's the easy throw. Whoever the hell's open, get him the ball. So Boswell kicks off. Ravens from the 10 on the return. 20, 25, 35, 36 before they wrap him up. Skowronek on the tackle. But hey, back to a two-score game. It's 11-point lead, 27-16. 3 minutes to play in the third. As they promote Army-Navy. USA, USA, USA. Army-Navy game next Saturday. Heisman Trophy ceremony next Saturday night. And then the College Football Bowl games are about to begin as well, even though they're just now being announced today, as Cam Hayward, TJ Watt, and Keanu Benton try to wrap up Jackson for a sack. They might give him a yard on that run, though. They do, 2nd and 9. But the College Football Playoff was revealed around 12:30-ish. We talked about that. Still waiting confirmation on these bowl games being announced. Like I said, when I have word on all those, I'll let you know. But out of the eye, Derrick Henry on the run, Holcomb, Watt. Ball came out late as Cam Hayward was there to wrap him up as well. Peppers picked it up, but he's down. But obviously the NFL continues. I mean, it's still football season. College football has a little over a month left. NFL, about 2 months. So 3rd and 3. Come on, defense, get off the field. Jackson out of the gun will keep it for himself. He'll get the first down. And then Jalen Ramsey pushes it out of bounds. First and 10 from the 48. Lamar Jackson down the middle. Caught at the 30. Bateman on the catch. And then down. From the 30. Jackson going to keep it for himself again. So to the 24 he goes. It'll be 2nd down. So Derrick Henry on the run gets a first down at the 15. Holcomb and Chuck Clark on the tackle. And that'll actually take us to the end of the third quarter as well. So the Steelers lead the Ravens 27-16 with 15 minutes to go. And it's time to wave those towels. This defense needs to stop. Oh, mama, play renegade. Let's not boo it. Like they did last week. But I get that, you know. They played at the wrong fucking time. If they would have played a little earlier, you know, maybe got to stop. You know, they might have still had a chance in that game, but they played it way too fucking late and it was over with. And then they sort of like, we're still going to play it, and everybody just boos it. But even if Baltimore does score here, 27-16, kick a field goal, it's an 8-point game, you know, if they don't score a touchdown. But if they do, it's, you know, 27-23, you still have a 4-point lead. They'd have to score a touchdown to win it if they can hold you. But then if you go, kick a field goal, you're still up 7, then 30-23. But if you go score another touchdown, you're just extending your lead back to 2 scores as you have it right now, as you just did a little bit ago. So, just 27-16, 15 to go. Defense needs to stop, but we'll see what happens. So as we begin the fourth quarter, 1st and 10 Baltimore, they run Derrick Henry for a yard. 2nd and 9. Come on, defense. Let's go. Let's get a stop. Jackson shuffles it, and then wrapped up at the 10. He's down. He's down. He's down. He's down at the 10. He's clearly down. And now Brandon Echols is hurt. He's clearly down. His fucking forearm with the ball in hand is down on the ground. Jesus Christ, quit your damn booing. He's clearly down. Third and 4 from the 10. Come on, defense. Let's go. Jackson getting pressured, and it's incomplete. And 10 for Bateman. He would have walked in for a touchdown, too, if he caught it. But he hit it right in the hands, and he dropped it. Baltimore's got to kick this field goal, you'd think, right? Be down then 8 at 27-19 if they make it, because it's a one-score, 8-point game. Joey Porter might have got him. 28-yard field goal for Tyler Loop of the Baltimore Ravens. Remember, he missed an extra point. Kick is good. So 27-19 Steelers with 13:43 to play. So, hey, you have a one-score lead. Find your running game that you don't have. It's one of the first games in a while they really haven't been able to run the football today. But they have 2 rushing touchdowns, and then Rodgers with a passing touchdown and then a couple field goals. That's how they have their 27 points. At least they held the kick there. Not giving up a touchdown. You'll be up either way. Rather be up 8 though, compared to 4. I'd rather still be up 11 as it was, but yeah, just they need to run the football. They need to work clock. They need to go score. If you go kick a field goal, you're back up 11. If you go score a touchdown, depending on how much time you use, might be a ball game. We'll see what happens, but yeah, they need to go on a drive and score. But 27-19 with 13 and change to play. Must-win game. It's now or never. Find a way to win it. So Steelers return this kickoff from the 5-yard line. Kenneth Gainwell going to get to the 23, 24-yard line. 1st and 10, Steelers up 8. 27-19 with 13 minutes to play. Run the football and work clock. '74 is eligible. That's Spencer Anderson. So they're going to run the football. But hey, watch that play action. Maybe Rodgers goes deep here again. They've liked these go routes today. You got to get these tight ends involved, though. They'll fake the run. Rodgers rolls out, complete. DK Metcalf. Stay in bounds. Stay in bounds. Wind that clock. Wind that clock. They'll give us an update. From the 26, 2nd and 7. Clock's ticking. Let it fucking roll. Warren on the toss. It'll be 3rd and 6. 3rd and 6. See if they convert. Rodgers, quick pass, complete. Kenneth Gainwell. And then we got a flag on the play. Delay game on Pittsburgh. Make it 3rd and 11. God damn it. Just can't be shooting yourselves in the foot with penalties. Just can't. Rodgers on 3rd and 11. Freiermuth. Yeah, and then he gets to 4th and about 5. So, yeah, you punt, you play field position. Defense going to need a stop. At least you're up 8. Because remember, they missed an extra point. But still, the difference in this game with everything that's happened is that Raven interception, Lamar Jackson threw to James Pierre, and the Steelers scored off of it. That's the difference in this game with the missed extra point. So Waitman on to kick it deep. And it'll be field of the 22. It's a hold. It's a fucking hold on the return. Come on. You want to throw penalties for everything else. It's a hold on the punt return. And now we got some pushing and shoving. So 11:19 to go. And from booing Renegade a week ago, I didn't. Everybody in the stands did. All those fans. It's time for the screen to fade to black, as it already is, for audio only here today. And oh mama, and play some Renegade and wave those towels. Because this defense, as this game has progressed, as I said at the start, it's probably still going to be your typical Steeler game. Down to the wire, defense going to need to stop in order to win it. So they got to keep stopping the run best they can. They got to get after Lamar Jackson, force him to do something he doesn't want to do. And that's obviously tuck it and running it, but get him out of bounds. Don't let him, break one, or that back break one as they already did. But force a bad throw, a strip sack of some sorts, get an interception again. Just the defense needs to stop. So if not now, when? Especially with this game on the line, but season could be potentially as well. Just with both these teams at 6-6, if you take care of business, it'll sort itself out. You got 5 games left, counting today, and you got to play the Ravens twice. You had a halftime lead again. You've won a couple of those games you've had halftime leads, but then others you've blown it in games you probably should have fucking won. But it still circles back around. I've been beating dead horse with it, but turnovers. When they get turnovers and they score off of them, they're winning. They've already done that. Maybe they can do it again here. But when they're turning the football over, they're losing. Just luckily, knock on wood, they haven't turned it over here today. Obviously, a couple penalties have hurt them, especially on defense more so than offense. Offense, you had to just delay a game there. You had a hold and a false start earlier in the game. But then remember, it was just prior to halftime. It was on one single drive. The Steeler defense could not get off the field on 3rd down, and it was because of penalties. And then Baltimore ended up scoring. But come on, defense, let's go. Jackson rolls out. Airs it out, complete. Zay Flowers, and then Peppers, and a few other Steelers. Peyton Wilson, first I've said his name today, with Pierre and somebody else. They end up officially wrapping him up, and he's down by contact then. But, man, just... Yeah, you give a big pass play there, but you did it earlier. They've given up big pass plays to the Steeler offense as well. So it's just bending but not breaking on defense right about now. But back to that turnover, that's the difference in this game. Or else you'd either be tied or you'd have a 1-point 2019 lead if they still miss that extra point. You know what I mean? So defense needs to stop. Defense needs to stop. Baltimore will run Derrick Henry up the middle. It'll be 3rd and about 2. Under 10 to play now. Got to find a way to win. Because the only way the Steelers, I think, are going to be making the playoffs, unless with Daniel Jones now hurt with the Colts and their season may be over with. Maybe you steal a wild card spot there, but then you also got to watch the wild card, hunt, and the teams in the hunt. Baltimore runs it. Steelers stuff them, 4th and a yard. What does Baltimore do? Down 8, 9 minutes to go. They're in field goal range. They could get another stop, get the ball back, have to score again, though. But they might go for it here. We'll see. But if you win it this game, take care of business in a couple other games coming up. Maybe beat the Ravens again. If you win today, if you split with them, we'll see what happens. Lose both of them, you're probably out. The only way the Steelers are making the playoffs is if they win the AFC North. That's how tight the AFC playoff picture is. They run a little end around with Derrick Henry. They get the first down. Yeah, a little sweep. It was 4th and a long one. They got the first down. And then obviously if Baltimore does score, you'd have to assume they go for 2 just to tie it at 27. But then if the Steeler defense get a stop, you're still up 2, but then if you don't do anything, they could kick it and fucking win it and beat you on 28-27 potentially. From the 20, handoff again. Punch that ball out. 2-yard run, be 2nd and 8. Come on, defense, where are you at? Let's go. From the 18, 7:27 to play. Jackson getting pressured, and down he goes on the sack. And then he gets rid of it. They're going to say incomplete or forward progress on the sack. They say incomplete. It's 3rd down and 8. Come on, defense. Let's go. Jackson getting pressured again. That's a hold on the, oh my God. And then Jackson gets rid of it late as he was going down the sack again. It's a fucking hold. But I'll take the no call because it ends up incomplete because you take the holding to replay 3rd down, but they can still decline it even if they would have called it, which they didn't anyway. Cam Hayward was being held all day long on that play. Throw the damn flag. 7:15 to go. Baltimore going to have to kick this field goal. Loop 2 of 2 today, but missed the extra point. Watch a fake from 36. Kick is good. It's 27-22 with 7:10 to play. Steelers can get the ball back. Both teams have all 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning as well. Please run the football and please work clock. Seriously. Make sure they don't touch the ball again. Go on a 7-minute drive. Whether you score or not, go on a 7-minute drive, please and thank you. Just find a way not to blow it and win this game. Ravens on to kickoff. Steelers back deep to receive. And from the 12 on the return, Gainwell to the 41-yard line. So 1st and 10, Pittsburgh from there. Yeah. Good kickoff return. Got some decent starting, field position. 1st and 10 with 7:04 to go. Steelers lead by 5. 27-22. Run the damn ball and work clock. Seriously. From the 41, 1st and 10. Thielen in motion. Rodgers looking to throw his way. Shortstop. 10 for Jonnu Smith, incomplete. So the clock stops with the incompletion. Second and 10. Thielen in motion again. Rodgers out of the gun. They're throwing again. Down the middle. It's batted down, incomplete. And then Rodgers might have actually caught that himself, but then they say it's picked off. And it's Raven ball. No way in hell. No chance. I don't fucking think so. Are you kidding me right now? Zach Frazier has the football. Why are you throwing the ball? Run the damn ball. See a replay of it. Yeah, it's batted down. Rodgers almost caught it. Rodgers caught it and down. Right there. I mean, thing is, they on the field called an interception. So they're going to look at it. Previous plays under further review. That's a crazy play. Why are you throwing the goddamn ball, though? Run it. Oh, my God. Rodgers has it right there, and his knees are down. He caught his own pass, and they're going to say it's intercepted. Bullshit. Right there. They have to find indisputed evidence to return it. Remember, they called it interception on the field. That's Rodgers just caught his own pass. That's Pittsburgh ball, 1st and 10. Thank you. But then it's going to be 3rd down and long. Yeah, right there. He's down. Thank you. See what the call is, though. They're still looking at it. After review, Pittsburgh was down by contact. No interception. It's overturned. Rodgers just caught his own pass. John Harbaugh says that's wrong. That's not right. He sees a picture of that. He'll know. But remember, it's still 3rd down for Pittsburgh. Why were they even thrown to begin with? You know? But now it's 3rd and whatever it is. 3rd and a mile. 3rd and 19, yeah. Work this play clock. Don't snap it until you have to. Because they just reset it. To 40, not even 25. Work this clock. Don't snap it until you have to. Run a draw. Run a screen. You know. Pump fake. And then they dump it off. Kenneth Gainwell. Stay in bounds. Stay in bounds. He does. So now they'll punt and play field position and hope to hold a 5-point 27-22 lead with 6 minutes to play. But if the Ravens go score, they might win it. From the 16 on the punt return, Jack Sawyer wraps him up. So the Steeler defense needs a stop. Steeler defense needs a stop. So Derrick Henry on the run, and he gets out past the 40. So here we go. Now the Steelers can't stop the run now. Jesus Christ. From the 41, 1st and 10. And Derrick Henry on the run again. Gets 5 to the 46. Jackson looking to throw. They almost got to him on the sack. And then they almost do again, and then it's incomplete on 3rd and 5, or 2nd and 5, make it 3rd and 5. Third and 5. Jackson going deep near side. And incomplete. He's out of bounds, yeah. Pierre on the coverage. So on 4th and 5, the Ravens down 5 with 4:24 to go with another Steeler defender down. They're going to go for this? They're going to punt? What? We'll see. So the Ravens will go for it on 4th and 5 from the 46. And pass is caught. Zay Flowers, he gets the first down. God damn it. So 4 minutes to go, 1st and 10 from the 48. They dump it off on a screen to Derrick Henry, but he drops it incomplete. Seahawks came back and blew out the Falcons 37-9, excuse me, your final score. Vikings with 31-0 win over the Washington Redskins, football team Commanders. Everything else here at 1 o'clock still ongoing. They run it. Alex Highsmith on the tackle. 4:09 and counting to play. Come on, defense. Let's go. Under 4 now. Jackson down the middle, wide open. Zay Flowers off to the races. He might have stepped out, but then he's down to the 13. God damn it. Back to not being able to cover the middle of the field. Hard to give a 4th down conversion on this drive. 1st and 10. Jackson looking to throw in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. He dropped it. No, they're going to say touchdown, though. So now the Ravens have just taken their first lead. Sets 3-0. Son of a bitch. I don't know. Porter got his hand in there and it got popped out. So obviously all scoring plays are reviewed. And now it's not a touchdown. It's incomplete. It's incomplete. It's incomplete. No touchdown. So they say incomplete after the quick expedited review, as all scoring plays are reviewed. It's incomplete. 2nd and 10 from the 13. Still 27-22 Steelers. 2:43 to go. Come on, defense. Let's go. Get a stop. Jackson looking to throw again. Complete. Derrick Henry going to cut back in. But then Peppers with Joey Porter. Peyton Wilson was there as well on the stop. But 3rd and 2 coming up. 2:31 to go. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. 2-minute warning as well. Come on, defense. Steelers just called timeout. So the Steelers do call timeout. All right. They reset the clock as well. 2:32. It's 3rd and 2. Come on, defense. He caught it. 1, 2. But then the ball's getting popped out. maybe 3, but yeah, the ball's getting popped out. It's control and possession, just as it would be out of bounds. Well, even if it seemed like a touchdown, guess what? It wasn't a touchdown. Move on. It wasn't a touchdown. It's 3rd and 2. Come on, defense. Let's go. From the 5, 3rd and 2. Yeah, it's called watch for play action. They'll hand off Derrick Henry, and down he goes in the backfield. Alex Highsmith. There is a flag on the play, though. Are you fucking kidding me? Illegal formation on the Ravens. Back them up. Actually, penalty declined because of that tackle for loss. 4th down. So now Baltimore's got a decision to make. You're down 5 with 2:28 to go. You still ball 3 timeouts and a 2-minute warning, but do you kick it? Hope you get a stop before the 2-minute warning or around the 2-minute warning to get the ball back? To maybe kick it again? Or are they going to go for it? They're going to go for it here again on 4th and 5. Come on, defense. And Jackson gonna in the end zone. It's incomplete. Turnover on downs. And here we go, Steelers. Here we go. There's still 2:22 to go, though, and Baltimore still has all 3 timeouts. So this game ain't over yet. But it's 1st and 10, Pittsburgh. Cam Hayward playing fucking middle linebacker. And then Patrick Queen on his former teammate Mark Andrews on the coverage. Incomplete. Turnover on down. Steeler ball, 1st and 10. Run the ball. There's no need to pass. Okay? Run the football. Rodgers going to be up under center. Warren in the backfield. And they'll hand off Warren. No gain on the play. 2nd and 10. Ravens call a timeout. They'll have 2 left. Second and 9 from the 9. They got a ways to go. Spencer Anderson in motion. They'll toss. Warren. He'll cut. Get 2 yards. It'll be 3rd and 7. So now Baltimore going to call another timeout. They'll have 1 left. And the Steelers get a 1st down. Ball game. Because it'll be under 2 minutes. But if not, and then Pittsburgh's going to have to punt, Baltimore's going to get the ball back with under 2 to play. No timeouts. Touchdown wins it, Yeah, Isaiah likely had and then didn't have a touchdown. 3rd and 7, though, here for the Steelers. Get a 1st down, and should be it. Even though they still have a timeout and the 2-minute warning, you might have to get another first down. We'll see. What are you going to draw up now? What about Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Adam Thielen? They run a slant to MVS. It's incomplete, 4th down. So they'll punt. And then Baltimore going to get the ball back with 2:08 to play. So they still have the 2-minute warning and a timeout. Down 5. Defense needs another stop. Who would have thought? So the Steelers punt. Ravens on the punt return. And to the 43, 44-yard line. So we're going to get the ball back now. Minute 56 as we've hit the 2-minute warning with a timeout in their pocket. And they're down 5. They need a touchdown to win it. Come on, Steeler defense. Where are you at? Let's go. One more stop. One more stop. You win the game. You're in first place. Holding on the punt return. Back them up. 2-minute warning with minute 56, so we'll take a timeout. Minute 56 to go. Steelers up 5. 27-22. It's 1st and 10 Baltimore. Over the middle, it's incomplete. Got a penalty on the play. Holding on the Ravens. Back them up some more. Replay 1st down, 1st and 20. Minute 52 to play. First and 20 officially from the 16. Jackson looking to throw. And dumps it off. And then Peyton Wilson on the tackle. Yep. Huge tackle right there. Second and 14 with a minute 36 and counting. Come on, defense. Need one stop. One more stop here. Keep them out of the end zone. From the 22, second and 14. Jackson is caught. Flowers. But third down coming up from the 25. Come on, D. Come on, defense. Let's go. Third and 11. Tackle them in bounds. They only have one timeout. Minute to play. Jackson going to step up, tuck it, and run. And he's short. It's fourth and about 2 with 47 seconds now. And somebody called a timeout. Baltimore did. Their third and final. One more stop, defense. One more stop. Come on, defense. Who's it going to be? Fourth 2 from the 34. Come on, D. Come on, defense. One more stop. One more stop. And Jackson going to avoid a sack. He throws. It's caught. Likely. Tackled in bounds. They'll wind that clock. Tick, 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 tick. They got a first and 10 at the 43, 42. And they're going to spike it, clock it with 30 seconds left. So second and 10 from there. Still 27-22. Almost had him wrapped up on another sack, but they couldn't get to him. Second and 10 with 30 seconds to go. Come on, defense. Keep him out of the end zone. Keep him out of the end zone. Jackson down the middle. Oh, almost picked off. 20 seconds. Another first and 10 to the 39. 18, 17, 16. They'll spike it again. Fuck. He almost picked that off. Come on, defense. Bend but don't break. Bend but don't break. Steelers are going to call a timeout. All right, make sure they're set. Probably good timeout. Baltimore doesn't have any. They just clocked it, but you have 2, and you just gave up a fourth down, and then you just gave up a big play like that. So. Second and 10, 16 seconds left, 27-22 is your score. Come on, defense, let's go. Do you want to win? Do you want to lose 3 in a row? Do you want to be first place in the AFC North or not? Come on, D, let's go. They bring 4 on the pressure. Jackson rolling out far side. TJ Watt chasing him down. It's caught. Mark Andrews, he's short, but he gets out of bounds. It'll be 3rd and a yard with 9 seconds left. Ball the 30-yard line. Come on, defense. Oh, my God. That touchdown off that turnover compared to the field goal because of their penalty really helping out right now for the Steelers. But the Steelers just don't need to make a damn stop on defense. From the 30, 3rd and a yard. Highsmith gets to him. And down he goes. They don't have any timeouts. Clock's going to run out. Whether it's a fumble or not, ball game. Steelers win it 27-22. And they get to 7-6, their first place in the AFC North. They host the Dolphins, who have won 4 in a row, next Monday night at home, before they got to go to Detroit, Cleveland, before and after Christmas, in between New Year's. And then they get the Ravens week 18. They win the division. That's the only way they're making the playoffs right now. They win today, 27-22. But the job ain't done yet. There's still a lot of fucking work to do. They got to take care of business. The rest will sort itself out. They take care of business today, though. That's what matters. Highsmith got to him on the sack with Hayward. He was clearly down, so no fumble. But remember, they didn't have any timeouts. So he gets sacked, clock rolls, ball game. 27-22 is your final. And that turnover, his interception to James Pierre, the Steelers scored off. Initially, it was a field goal. But then it came off because Steelers got Baltimore on a defensive penalty on the long snapper, and then they end up scoring a rushing touchdown 1 play later. They don't have that touchdown. They have a field goal. Baltimore could have kicked a game-winning field goal right there rather than having to score a game-winning touchdown. Rodgers interview, see what he's got to say. Yeah, and it was your typical Steeler game, down to the wire finish, needing a defensive stop. And the Steelers' Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee Alex Highsmith seals it with the game-winning sack. Yeah. And they didn't turn the ball over. They got a turnover, capitalized off of it. As I've said, when they're doing that, they're winning. When they're turning the ball over, they're losing. Yeah. I mean, huge win for the black and gold. Snapping another 2-game losing streak. A lot of people have been questioning them. Hey, who cares? You know, today, that was then, this is now. Today, they found a way to win, and that's what matters. So Pittsburgh's back atop the AFC North and the 4 seed in the AFC playoffs. Some other movement, obviously, with games here, week 14. Yeah, they're out left for dead is right. Everybody's calling for Tomlin, this and that. Just that time of year. Because I don't have anything else to fucking talk about. You know, where's he going to go? And he blows another kiss to the camera as they beat the Ravens on the road once again. Christmas is coming up, but holy shit, hallelujah, where's the fucking Tylenol at? Good God. Talk about your Steeler heart attack game. Those are back in full swing. Oh my God. Hey, a win's a win. That's what matters. 27-22 is your final score. They snap another 2-game losing streak, just as they did a month ago after losing at the Bengals and the Packers. Both primetime games, they beat the Colts, scoring 27 points in that one, I might add as well. because of turnovers. And then the turnover today ended up being, I'd say, the main difference. I mean, you saw how this game played out, though, if you watched it. A bunch of shit happened, crazy, chaotic, typical, Steeler game, typical Steeler-Raven game, though. And they went on the road today for the first time since week 3, I might add, as well. They get the Dolphins at home next week. Then they got 2 road games at the Lions, at the Browns, right before Christmas, right after Christmas, in between New Year's. And then they get the Ravens week 18 at home. So the division is still obviously there for the taking. They just can't, start shitting the bed again. And then, still be in a position in which, well, they're still going to need help. If you take care of business, the rest will sort itself out. Okay? But they're 7-6. They'll host 6-7 Miami next Monday night. Damn good Dolphin team coming in Pittsburgh. As they won, like I said, 4 in a row after they fired their general manager. So we know how Miami, though, plays in the cold. But they just went to New York and beat the Jets today. But then, who knows, it might be snowing in Pittsburgh at Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium at the Point next Monday night for all we know. So, because it's already snowed twice this winter. Once mid-November and once less than a week ago. Middle of last week, was it Tuesday? Wednesday? Anyways, hey, a win's a win. That's what matters. A win's a win. So, NFL Week 14 will roll on. The College Football Playoff was revealed at the start of the day. And now, 4 hours later, a long game, especially for a 1 o'clock kick. It's 4:30 and this game just wrapped up. Normally, the 1 o'clock games are over by, 4:15. So, who cares how long it took? A win's at the end of the day. Just they shut everybody up, at least for this week. They have, once again. I mean, man, where to even begin? I don't know. Total team effort. Team win. Offense, defense, special teams. Especially when they win by 5 and Boswell had 2 field goals, that's 6 points right there. That's another difference. Just huge win. Because if they would have lost, it would have really got loud, even louder than what it's been. And just with what's coming up, if they're not winning, today, how are they going to win those games down the stretch? Which is still, well, even with a win today, how are they going to win those games down the stretch? You just find a way. They just can't blow it. They gotta build off of today. If they can get hot here, I mean, who knows? Maybe watch out. You just never know. That's why they play the game. It's not on paper, it's not on the field. But yeah, I don't even know where the hell to begin. Crazy game. They played a full 60 today as well, my dad. For the first time in a while. But yeah, they're 7-6. They're top of the AFC North. And that's what matters. Because the Bengals and Browns are out of it. If you beat the Ravens as they did, and you beat them again, Week 18, shit, even regardless of what happens those next 3 games, if you beat the Ravens again, you know, along with beating the Browns, you're going to have a damn good division record, and you're probably still going to win the division then at that rate. I don't know who those other teams play by any means, but you still want to take care of business against the Dolphins and the Lions and obviously the Browns and the Ravens and, division. But yeah, they're 7-6, 4 games left. I mean, that's at a max, 11-6, or hopefully not 7-11. Well, it wouldn't be 7-11. It'd be, you get what I'm saying. Just, yeah. They need to build off of this. They need to maintain the momentum they have, and just keep trucking away at it. It's still, okay, 7-6 with 4 games left. They seemingly play the Dolphins in primetime all the time anymore. So that's Monday night next week. Last time they played, they lost that Sunday night game. Pickett had threw like 3 interceptions, and that's why they lost by 1 score. The last time Miami came to Pittsburgh, though, I believe it was a Monday night game, and Pittsburgh beat them. So, I mean, past 2 matchups, they've split. Obviously, the Steelers went to Detroit preseason last year. They tied them at home a couple years ago. That's, I think, when the Lions really got going. Or you could tell they were for real, That's going to be a tough game, though. You know how the Lions are. Pittsburgh hasn't won in Cleveland in a couple years, I might add. And then you got the Ravens again in Week 18. So, 7-6, they still got work to do. You just can't celebrate this one win and then shit the bed. That's what I said, they got to maintain momentum, they got to keep going. Season ain't over by any means. And even if they would have lost today, the mindset's still the same. You got to keep moving. So, like I said, maybe they can get hot here and go on a run. Who knows? Unlike last year, or even the year prior. 2 years ago, remember, they won 3 in a row and then lost in the first round of the playoffs. Last year, they were, 10-3 and lost 5 in a row, including to both Super Bowl teams. And lost in the first round of the playoffs again. And we all know, they haven't won a playoff game in damn near a decade. Not getting into that. Not right now. But, I mean, shit, you look at all these other losses. That Thursday night Bengal game they should have won. They had their chances to beat Green Bay on Sunday night. They shit the bed against the Chargers. Lost by 15, but that final score really didn't show how close that game actually was if they would have caught a break here or there. They lose by 3 at Chicago a couple weeks ago, when, the turnovers killed them. That's what I said. When they're creating and capitalizing off of turnovers, they're winning. They did that again today. When they're turning the ball over, they're losing. Well, they didn't turn the ball over today. Almost thought they did. Remember that pass Rodgers had? They said it was intercepted, but then he caught it himself. And then obviously everybody's going to be talking about, well, that was a Lamar Jackson passing touchdown to Isaiah Likely. Well, I'll add in that it not even wasn't likely a touchdown. It flat out wasn't a touchdown because they looked at it and they returned it and said, no, it's incomplete. Defense got to stop then. Offense still couldn't do anything. Defense had to get another stop. Steelers. What's new? But, they're 7-6, and they arguably could be, 8, 9, 10 wins potentially right now. Right there with, a few teams atop the AFC. if they make the playoffs, it's gonna, like I've said, it's definitely gonna have to be as the AFC North champ. I doubt they get in as a wild card just based off of everything else of those teams in the playoff hunt as a wild card or in discussion right now. Now, depending on what happens in the AFC South, are they a 3 seed? Are they a 4 seed? There's 4 weeks, another month left to figure that out. Well, less than a month. Today is December the 7th. Date and live in infamy. They play next Monday night, and then a short week. Got to go to Detroit. Obviously, have Christmas. Go to Cleveland that following Sunday. But less than a month from now, January the 4th, the regular season will be over. And then the playoffs will begin then the following week. So I said, they got to, obviously still play these games. They decide on paper, decide on the field. But, yeah, they're 7-6. Probably could have got more wins, but they don't. So you deal with the position they're in. They're 7-6. But, hey, they're still atop the AFC North. As I said, that's what matters most with the win today. Hopefully they can get healthy. They've been getting banged up everywhere, it seems like. Which I get. It's just that time of year, though. You're going to have bumps and bruises, and hopefully nothing serious. We talked about it earlier. Derek Harmon was out with a knee injury again. Kyle Duggar was out with a hand injury. Hopefully they can return sometime soon, because Duggar's been playing his ass off since they traded for him with the Patriots. Harmon, rookie out of Oregon, been playing well, but they have depth up front on the D-line with Cam Hayward and Keanu Benton. And Yaya Black's been playing pretty good, too, as well. Darnell Washington, obviously, at tight end, got hurt today, I think with a concussion, if I'm not mistaken. He did not return. Hopefully he's okay. I just know how the NFL is with concussion protocol. You got to clear everything before they can return to play. So who knows when that's going to be. They still need to get the ball to the tight ends more. Pat Freiermuth, obviously Darnell Washington when he's out there, but John Smith. Connor Hayward's more of a special teams guy anyway. Did have a 4th down quarterback sneak earlier. They really didn't have a run game today, but screen game was there. Both backs did have touchdowns. Gainwell had a rushing touchdown. Warren had the receiving touchdown. That left side, though, obviously, Broderick Jones already on IR. Andrews Pete started the last 2 weeks. Had some penalties last week, had some more again today, but then he went down hurt. They had Dylan Cook step in. Spencer Anderson's been the jumbo guy on the offensive line, but they've been using him in the run game and for just blocking in general and in the pass game then as well, setting him in motion and just putting people on their ass. Maybe it just number-wise with who they have and who they've been playing and obviously, practice squad and so on and so forth, because you can't trade for anybody. Deadline's already passed. You're a month late. That's why I said maybe if they weren't going to make a splash move, for, say, a wide receiver, which they didn't. Obviously Marquez Valdez-Scantling elevated off the practice squad after they signed him. He had 1 target. It was incomplete. And then Adam Thielen, who they claimed off of waivers from the Vikings, he had a catch for 4 yards earlier, but they sent him in motion a lot. So he did play more than MVS did. But DK Metcalf had a huge game. Yardage-wise, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the most he's had as a Steeler. Didn't have a touchdown, almost did. But, they were still able to score a couple rushing touchdowns. Rodgers had the passing touchdown to Warren. As he had a rushing touchdown, Gainwell had a rushing touchdown, Warren had the receiving touchdown, and then they had 2 field goals. That's their 27 points. They clean up some penalties, obviously. They couldn't get off the field on 3rd down a lot today. But yeah, Alex Highsmith with the game-winning sack. Yeah, Brandon Eccles went down injured. Who else got hurt today? Malik Harrison as well. Patrick Queen, but he continued to play through it. Oh, Keanu Benton, that's who I'm thinking of. He returned. He did come back and play. So that's a good sign. Darnell Washington, though, did not. Obviously, they're already without Deshaun Elliott at safety. That's why they made the move for Cal Duggar, but then he's out. Eccles gets hurt. Slay moved on. Really didn't say Jalen Ramsey's name today. Joey Porter's name for the wrong reasons because of penalties. But Holcomb stepped up without Harrison. Carson Bruner made some special teams plays. Peyton Wilson had a quiet afternoon. As did TJ. TJ was in there on tackles, but just wasn't getting to the quarterback. But it still starts up front. Offense, defense line, you got to protect to, keep the quarterback upright and then run the football. But you got to get after the quarterback. And it's just another one of those Steeler games that came down to the wire. Whether it was the Ravens, Bengals, Browns, or any of the other NFL teams they play, across the league, all 32 of them. Well, the 31 others, not counting them. It was still going to be coming down to the wire, defense needing a stop, and they got it, Season ain't over, though. Like I said, even if they would have lost today, they could still be in contention, but they'd really have to run the table. You'd probably still like them to run the table, but if they lose to, say, the Lions, well, that's an NFC opponent for one. And then you have the Dolphins, the Browns, and the Ravens. Yeah, if you lose to the Lions, you would have only beat the Vikings out of the NFC North this year, and that was a home game across the pond in Ireland late September. Because remember, they lost to the Packers and lost to the Bears. But they go to the Lions in 2 weeks, a Sunday before Christmas. But then those other 3 games were AFC games. That loss would suck, but then you still have 3 other games. If you win those, that counts more, obviously, just not in general, but AFC playoff picture, if somehow, some way they still wouldn't win, the division, which I still think that's the only way they're making the playoffs, just because of how tight everything is, with a lot of teams with, 6, 7, 8, 9 wins. And then do you have head-to-head tiebreakers? Yeah, they beat the Colts, but are the Colts even going to make the playoffs now? With Daniel Jones out. Maybe, probably not, though. They lost to Jacksonville today, and the Jags are now atop the AFC South. So maybe you steal the Colts wildcard spot if they're still in contention then. But then the Dolphins are a game back. Obviously you already lost to the Bills. You lost to the Chargers. Bengals are going to be out of it. Yeah, you beat the Patriots, but they're the top seed in the AFC right now. And it's probably going to come down to them or the Denver Broncos on who's getting one and then who's going to have to be the two and playing in the wild card round and not have a bye. But they still got to take care of business. They got to keep finding ways to win, and the rest will sort itself out. So I'll leave that at that. Also, they are now officially 37-27 all time against the Baltimore Ravens, and they'll play Week 18. Yeah, turnovers. So they're what, 23 total turnovers this season. That's not plus in the turnover margin. That's how many they've gotten on defense. Because they've also turned the ball over as much as they have. And when they do that, they lose. But when they're getting turnovers, they're scoring off them, they're winning. And remember, that was 3. But then the penalty. They got the ball back, maintained that drive, and then, scored a touchdown. So I said that really came into play. That turnover and then the field goal, but the penalty to make it a touchdown instead. Because if the Steelers don't have that touchdown and they only have 3 points, that's 4 less points than they have now. The Ravens on that last drive, if everything else goes the way it did after the fact, they're not having to score a game-winning touchdown. They're kicking a game-winning field goal. It's the little things, they always add up. So that truly is the difference in the game. In my opinion, at least it is, from watching everything I saw and calling it as I, see it. Baltimore's going to be pissed off about that. Was it a touchdown or not? And I understand it. I'd be pissed off too. But guess what? They said it was a touchdown, and then they said, no, it's not. It's incomplete. And then you still didn't do anything when you had chances because the Steelers defense made stops. Offense, tried to work the clock as much as they could, but they couldn't get a first down. And then the Ravens still had a chance to, go score and win it. But they still couldn't because the Steelers defense still made another stop. And, bending but not breaking, they found a way to win it. And that's what matters. That's exactly what matters, is winning. Because that's all anybody cares about. And rightfully so, because that's what matters. It's the name of the game. But, 7-6. Now you're in a better position you were, 4 hours ago. You can't ride this high too high, though. Because, I'm sure it got pretty low the past couple weeks. It's just been one of those seasons. Like I said, at the end of last week's game, who would have thought at the end of November that both Penn State and Pittsburgh Steelers would both be 6-6? So move on. Obviously, bowl season. New head coach. I'll talk about that in a different video. So stay tuned for that. But then Mike Tomlin shuts everybody up. They'll figure something else to talk about this week in the news. See what he says in his post-game presser. But the Steelers are 7-6 and top of the AFC North. That's the only thing that matters right now. But they got to keep it up. They got to keep going. You just can't lose out now like you did last year. So that's the big question. That truly is the big question now. What are the Steelers going to do down the stretch? And how are they going to play? Just based off the last 2 years. Like I said, they were in a similar position 2 years ago. They needed to, for the most part, win out and maybe get some help. They did. They won 3 in a row. They beat the Bengals, they beat the Seahawks, and they beat the Ravens. And today's actually the first time they've won in Baltimore since that game 2 years ago with Mason Rudolph at quarterback. And then they went to Buffalo in the snow and lost. But then last year, remember, once again, 10-3, and then they lost out. They hadn't won until week 1 earlier this year. They hadn't won a regular season game since 2 weeks before Christmas against the Browns this very Sunday a year ago. That was the last time the Steelers won, because then a year ago after that, they lost to who? Oh, that's right. The Eagles, the Ravens, the Chiefs, the Bengals, and then the Ravens again in the playoffs. And finished at 10-8, and were bounced in the first round of the playoffs once again. So they just like, staying right around 500, as we've talked about, good or bad. But they found a way to win today. That's what matters once again. So, 27-22 is your final score. And Aaron Rodgers got a win for, a belated 42nd birthday gift from this past Tuesday. They didn't help him out in the run game much today, but I'll take the win. That's the only stat that matters, is a W in the win-loss column. So update these final stats now. 27-22, your final. Lamar Jackson, 19-35, 219, sacked twice. Had the passing touchdown, had a rushing touchdown on 7 carries for 43 yards. But then his interception, that was the difference. Even though the Steelers are still needing stops after the fact. That's the main difference, because it's just the points on, give or take here or there, and then the obviously final score. But, Jackson, 19-35, 219, and a touchdown. The interception was the difference, 2 sacks. Had 7 carries, 43 yards, and a rushing touchdown. Derrick Henry, 25 of 94 on the ground. Keaton Mitchell, 6 of 76. Zay Flowers, the Steelers couldn't cover whatsoever. 8 catches, 124 yards for him. Likely, 4 catches, 25 yards, and a touchdown. Bateman, 2 of 23. Tyler Loop at kicker. 3 of 3 on his field goals, but he missed an extra point. So that came into play then as well. But then Aaron Rodgers, 23 of 34, 284, and passing touchdown, but remember, had a rushing touchdown to go up 7-3. 1 carry, 1 yard, and a touchdown for him. The Steelers had 17 carries, 34 yards rushing, total as a team with the 2 touchdowns. Gainwell, 4 of 15 and a touchdown. Jalen Warren, 8 of 13. DK Metcalf, 7 catches, 148 yards receiving. Warren, 3 of 49 and a touchdown. Calvin Austin had a big go route down the far sideline for 31 yards. His only catch of the game. Kenneth Gainwell, 6 of 27. Skowronek, 1 of 13. Darnell Washington, 1 of 12. Hopefully he's okay. Fryer, 2 catches, 9 yards. Thielen, 1 of 4 in his first game as a Steeler. MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, his first game as well. Had 1 target, but 0 catches, 0 yards. Jonnu Smith, that same stat line. Aaron Rodgers had a pass complete to himself, but it was for negative 9 yards. Cole Holcomb, 9 total tackles in relief of Malik Harrison. They had 5 tackles for loss on defense and 2 sacks, 1 by Brandon Eccles, and then the game-winning sack by Alex Highsmith. The Steelers win by 5, and Chris Boswell had 9 points. Overall total team stats, Ravens had, as they were 7 of 18 on 3rd down, 3 of 4 on 4th down, had more first downs than the Steelers, had more total plays, more total yards, less passing, but more rushing. Fewer penalties, they won the time of possession, but it's the 1 turnover. That's the stat that ends up winning the Steelers the game. Baltimore had 22 first downs compared to the Steelers' 13. They were 7 of 18 on 3rd down, 3 of 4 on 4th down, where the Steelers were 6 of 14 on 3rd and 1 of 1 on 4th. The Ravens ran 77 total plays compared to the Steelers' 51. Baltimore had 203 passing, 217 rushing. So that's balance for a 420 total. So the Steelers are going to roll this one up and smoke it. That's for damn sure. Where the Steelers had 284 passing and 34 yards rushing for 318 total. 12 penalties total, 7 of 33 against the Steelers, 7 penalties for 33 yards. So even with the penalties, there wasn't much yardage to them. 5 of 39 against the Ravens. Ravens won the time possession 33-44 to 26-16. But then the one turnover, and it, remember, went for a field goal, but then the penalty, Steelers maintained possession, ended up scoring a touchdown instead, and then they win by 5. So, yeah. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Steelers defeat the Baltimore Ravens 27-22 here today, as that is your final score. They are now 7-6 in first place atop the AFC North. They will host Baltimore Week 18, but next week the Steelers will host the Miami Dolphins on Monday Night Football, and I have live play, watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube then, so be sure to tune back in. But in the meantime, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96, live right here on YouTube today. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media if you haven't done so already. Links in the description below. And let me know what you think of the college football playoff and everything from today's game, as always. And thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure once again to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Steelers defeat the Ravens by your final score of 27-22.